Online and directors.
So we've only got Director Lockenberg online now, right now?
Looks like
Looks like it. Okay, no Andy. Oh, there's Director Gilman. Okay.
We're missing Director Kingsley.
Okay, we're gonna roll. Good morning, everyone. I have the honor of calling this meeting to order for the purpose of the elections. So we're gonna start with the election for chair. And we received two nominations in advance, one from Director Main and one from Director McLaren Coe, both nominating Director Watson for chair. So I'll call for nominations from the floor 3 times. First time, call for nominations a second time. And a third and final time from the floor. So that one was nice and easy. Your chair for the next year is Director Watson. And nope, could go for vice chair. So item 2.2 is vice chair. I've got nominations for 2 directors. So Director McLaren Coe has nominated Director Lockwood, and Director Weatherhead and Director Page have both nominated Director McLaren Coe for vice chair. I will also take nominations from the floor for vice chair. So calling for the first time and the second time. And the third and final time for nominations from the floor. Anything online? No. Okay, thank you. So each candidate will have 2 minutes to address the board. My historical practice has been alphabetical order by last name. So Director Lockwood.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm going to stand up because this chair is broken and it keeps. I feel like
I sat there yesterday.
First of all, thank you, directors. As you know, I want to say thank you for supporting me for vice chair for the last 2 years. I find that the vice chair is a supportive role as for the chair, and in the last, especially the last year, has been maybe more support than the year before. Our vice chair has, as we all know, has had some health things that have gone on in the family and has needed more support. And as we go through emergencies, we can't expect all of us to work 24/7. So something that you guys would not know or see is that for support is that when the chair, whoever the chair is needs some time off, would get a text maybe a couple of days before a weekend and say, I really need some time down this weekend. I'm going to be at a cell service. Can you cover? It's something that I wholeheartedly, because I've taken this job, feel that it's very important to support the chair. So I cancel what I'm doing to stay in cell service to be able to support the chair. This isn't about any one of us can do this job. It's not about who's got the best resume and who doesn't, because this is a supportive role. And I'm looking to support all of you again, and also the vice chair in going forward. When we, maybe this is just my nursing background, but when we go to different events and stuff like that, it's something that I also take forward is making sure that if somebody's maybe had a fall, maybe not doing well, maybe got sick, whatever, I take it on to make sure that you are supported in getting what you need if you need any more help. So thank you.
All right. Good morning, everybody. I am happy to accept the nomination for the role of vice chair. I've been thinking about this for quite some time, and as we approach kind of the midway point of our term and having won 2 major elections in the past month, I've been reflecting on how valuable, but also how fleeting our time is at these tables. And in my time here, I do want to do my best to have a positive and lasting impact on our communities and this organization. And I think the best way for me to do that is on a role at the executive level. As you can see from the reporting that I've done over the past 2 years, my committee work, the info that I sent out about my professional history and volunteer work, I think it's fair to say that I hold myself to a very high standard, and most everything I approach, I do so with a deep sense of diligence and rigor. And I'm always challenging myself to push my own boundaries, to lean into uncomfortable situations, and to try to understand perspectives that I may not necessarily agree with. And I think I can bring a fresh voice and perspective to the executive. And I think that allowing new directors or newer directors like myself the opportunity to have these positions makes for a healthier organization overall. And indeed, the investment in that professional development and succession planning is important to the continuity and the effectiveness of the board. So I do have a time limit, so I could go on at length here, but let me just say thank you for listening. Thank you for the opportunity. And I hope that you will support me in this role so that I can support you in yours.
Great, thank you. So we'll proceed to election by secret ballot. I believe Mike's got that sorted. For those of you online, Director Casely, Director Davidoff, and Director Lockenberg, if you could send an email to both myself and Angela Lund. So both at rdck.bc.ca, A Lund and S Horn, with your selection for vice chair. The candidates are Director Lockwood and Director McLaren Co. And we will proceed with that, and Mike and I will be back after we count ballots.
Hi, while we're waiting, I'm just curious if we have the delegation for Kootenay Employment Services online.
The number ending in 16, that is, you're not from KES, are you? Oh. You put their hand up? That is KBFA. That's Rachel for KBFA.
Thank you.
Hey, directors, your vice chair for the year is Director McLaren Coe. I'd like a motion to destroy the ballots. Director Main, Director Jacqueline, thank you. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. The chair and vice chair will get a moment to address the board, but I think we should probably do the logistical switch first, and then we can do the address it from the head of the table. If that makes sense. Mainly because I'm going to see.
Can't leave.
I'll be quiet. Kelly will not talk. Swear to the
Hey, Mike.
That means Diana.
Mike.
Oh, maybe that's what I need to do.
Oh, you need the better chair than the one sitting it. Yeah, Diana, please choose your favorite seat that's left.
Well, sitting on an edge probably isn't the best.
We're sitting on broken chairs.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm over there, sorry.
No, it's not Kelly. There's no way it's not.
Okay,
Okay.
now it's over to me. Are we unmuted, Ange?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, we've destroyed the ballots, just checking where we are. Thank you, Chair's address. Right here. First, I want to thank Director Lockwood. You were an incredible support for me as vice chair for the last 2 years. Definitely really enjoyed you on the executive, and I'm grateful to have all your support. Thank you. Thank you to the board for continuing to support me and give me the honor to work for you. I don't think many people would understand what an honor it is to be able to work for people that are so hard working in their communities and to help you do that. Of course, this role is predominantly process and helping people along and getting to the business we need to. But in speaking to you over the last couple of weeks, those I was able to get a hold of, hearing what's happening in your communities and how hard you're working and trying to find those ways to make it work is incredibly inspiring for me, and being able to help you is even, it just feels really good. So thank you. This is purposeful work, and I appreciate being in this role. And by all means, reach out to me anytime as usual. So thank you. And Vice Chair, welcome to the front of the room.
Thank you very much.
You got your speakers list ready to roll?
Sure do.
All right. And over to you, please.
Thank you, Chair. I don't have a prepared speech, but I'll just say, thank you all for your opportunity. And I want to give kudos to 2 years for Director Lockwood in this position. All I can say is I will do my best to make you proud of the work that we're doing, and thank you all for the support, and looking forward to the next year.
Thank you. Okay, so we will commence our formal meeting now. I'll start with acknowledging and respecting the Indigenous people within whose traditional lands we are meeting today. I'll call for adoption of the agenda with the inclusion of the items noted. Thank you, Jackman, Vandenberg.
These are item 5.
Item 5, that's where we are. So we're at 5.1, now we're at 5.2. Adoption of the agenda.
The moment of silence.
Oh my goodness. Thank you, Director Vandenberg. So can we hold that motion for a minute, Ange? Is that okay? I'm so sorry. Yes. We lost a very, very special, important, really incredible person this week with John Horgan. I was privileged to meet him a few times and have some pretty interesting conversations that really, he was an incredibly human, I don't know how to say that, like he was just always coming from his heart, and it didn't matter which party he was working with. He was there to listen to you. And he gave me inspiration in our provincial government, honestly, that we could be relatable and talk about difficult things and also talk about how to make better. So I just want to take a moment of silence to honor him, all of his work, all of his dedication to the province, and wish his family all the best. Condolences. Thank you. Director. I'll encourage us if we will be doing verbal reports today, and although they're very limited in time, if you have a story you want to share about John, please do at that time. Okay, and now to the motion. It was moved and seconded, so it's on the floor. Inclusion of the agenda. Any additions or changes? Just checking with Director Lochtenberg. I think you have to sign off. Okay. City of Nelson had a late request, but we will look at that for December. Okay, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried? And adoption of the minutes from October. Thank you. Any edits, additions? Not additions. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. CAO, you have some introductions.
Yes, thank you through the chair. So we've got a new start in our IT department. Wendy Armstrong is joining us on Monday. This will be kind of the end of a little bit of a domino effect. So Ian Briscoe, who used to work in our community services department, took the role of the emergency program coordinator. That was a new position earlier this year. Eric Charma from our IT department moved into the community services role. And now we've hired Wendy externally to come in and fill Eric's role. So that is the end of that domino effect. You're welcome, Wendy. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, so we have 2 delegations, but I believe only one of them is present right now, and they're first on the list, so that's great. Kootenay Boundary Farm Advisors. Sarah and Rachel, do you want to unmute? Let's just do a quick sound check.
Yeah, absolutely. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, Sarah. And where's Rachel? I did see her.
Yep, good morning, everybody.
There you are. And do you have a presentation you'll share, or Ange, are you going to share it?
I do. I can share it off my screen if that's easiest.
Yeah, go ahead.
Perfect.
While you're doing that, I'll just remind the board that the regional districts, Central Kootenay, East Kootenay, and Kootenay Boundary, I think 5 years ago, maybe longer, we developed this program as a tri-district program to address the lack of extension agents in our agricultural world. So KBFA was came out of our 3 different regional governments, and we're so grateful to have you here to report to us on how everything's going. Go ahead, Sarah, that was on the screen.
Perfect. I think that's on the screen okay? I'm just not seeing it the way I need to, but that's okay.
Well, you're on the screen with it, so if you could
Okay.
go full screen with the presentation.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I think that should work.
There you go. Yep, you're good to go.
Perfect. Thank you very much, everyone. Really appreciate the time today, and I will keep it reasonably brief, but I'm here representing Kootenay and Boundary Farm Advisors alongside Rachel Rusin. So what we have prepped today is just a brief overview of what Kootenay and Boundary Farm Advisors is, what we do for anyone who's not familiar, what we've been working on so far in 2024 and what's up ahead for 2025. And just very briefly, Kootenay and Boundary Farm Advisors is a service that provides free extension, resources, information to farmers here in the Kootenays. The focus is to be local. There's lots of information and resources out there for farmers, but we try to keep everything based on the Kootenays so it's relevant and applicable. So we exist entirely due to the financial support of the regional districts in Columbia Basin. So I want to thank you first and foremost very much for those contributions and specifically for supporting local agriculture and local food systems. The contributions are really important and we appreciate them very much. So who are we? I am the newest team member, Sarah Hirschfeld. I'm the program coordinator. I'm also part of a small core team of farm advisors, including Rachel Rusin, who's been the driving force behind this program since 2017, and Andrew Bennett. We are all professional agrologists who live here in the Kootenays, who have invested considerable energy in building relationships with our local farmers, as well as other agricultural industry organizations. And we are also all environmental farm plan advisors. So we're well equipped. We've got a broad range of experience to be able to get out and help farmers answer their questions, connect them with resources. And we're supported by a fantastic administrative team, especially Kylie, who's our communications coordinator. She takes care of our social media presence, our newsletters, our website, all of that. So what do we actually do for farmers? We focus very much on our interactions. So that can be a farmer calls us, emails us, we're answering questions there, but we also really emphasize boots on the ground farm visits. So we are the folks who a farmer can call and we'll come out and actually have a look at their property and answer their questions in person. Anything that we can't answer that's outside of our scope, we have a roster of amazing experts from local all the way to across the country, but that we'll connect them with if we can't answer their questions. We also organize and facilitate events. So those can be in-person field days or online webinars and workshops. And the intention really is to have farmers be able to have peer-to-peer connections, share ideas, address common issues, connect with experts, connect with information, and just be a source of inspiration and collaboration with our local food system. In terms of what we've been working on to date, since the program began in 2017, we have had one-on-one interactions with about 1,600 different producers, specifically in the Central Kootenays, so just your area. And that includes almost 80 producers that we've contacted in the last 6 months, and we're going to continue doing that. We're about halfway through our fiscal year, which began in April when the program was renewed. We have had over 300 farm visits since 2017 and another 27 this year. And again, we're just getting rolling again where the program was renewed for 5 years in April. So we're really excited to get out there and actually connect with farmers in person, over the phone, by email, via events, and just make sure that they have somebody that they can call that's going to be available and accessible and relevant to them for whatever it is that they need. The focus is typically very much on production and science, but if again, we make connections with other organizations, so if it falls outside our scope, then we connect them with somebody else who can better support them. In terms of events, so just this year in the Central Kootenays, we've had 3 in-person field days. We focused very much on collaborating with other organizations to put on our field days and events this year because we were hearing from farmers it's hard for them to get off farm in the first place. And so if there's too many events or too broad of a focus, it's not compelling. So we heard that and we structured our field days to respond specifically to questions that we're getting from our local farmers across a broad range of sectors and commodity types, but always with the emphasis being local. So for example, we paired up with BC Forage Council in August in Creston. We brought in experts to talk about rotational grazing and cropping systems. We supported the Ministry of Agriculture with their soil field day in Blewett, where farmers were empowered to actually get their hands in the dirt and learn about different soil tests and how to interpret information on their farm. And then finally in October, we came back to Creston in collaboration with Organic BC and small scale meat producers. And that was we demonstrated how cover crops can be used for site preparation for an orchard, as well as demonstration of fencing technology and a mobile slaughter trailer. So this is just a small snapshot. We're carrying on developing events to happen over the winter and into next year, but always the emphasis is things that are locally relevant, applicable, and directly in response to common questions that we're getting from our producers. In terms of communications, best way to keep track of what we're doing is visiting our website, kbfa.ca. We have over 3,000 users. Every 2 months, we put out a newsletter, which has 1,800 and growing subscribers. We also have a social media presence with over 2,000 followers between Facebook and Instagram. So our wonderful Kylie takes care of all of this for us. The intention is to make sure that there is timely, relevant, interesting content, and that farmers are able to access us through the diversity of means that they need to get the information that's applicable to them. If you haven't already and you're interested, you are welcome and invited to subscribe to our newsletter. That's going to provide information on what events are coming up or recaps of events that we've done. And we also love to give kudos out to our local farmers, those superheroes that are really showcasing what can be done, and different approaches and strategies. So the newsletter is definitely a great way to keep up with us and what's happening. As I mentioned, collaborations are really important and part of our scope. We don't need to be doing this all alone. We don't need to be replicating what other organizations are doing, but rather we want to boost everybody up and work together to make sure that the farmers are really the ones that receive the benefit. And so here's some of the collaborations that we've been fostering over this fiscal year. Certainly not exhaustive outside of these folks who we've actively coordinated on events with. We've also attended events like the Kootenay Livestock Association AGM, like FabX. We're in talks with Simon Fraser University. There's lots of different groups that we are collaborating and connecting with to make sure that we have high quality resources available. And that includes contributions to events or just straight information. And one thing I'd like to highlight that there'll be more information coming along, but KBFA did bid on an RFP from Ministry of Food and Agriculture this summer for the Kootenay Soil Building Network and was successful. And so that was a way to actually expand our scope and our financial budget to be able to get on farm and assist farmers. And it's been really, really exciting work and we're looking forward to carrying on with that. And just to wrap things up, what's coming down the pipeline. So we're just slightly over halfway through our fiscal year and well on track or ahead of schedule on our deliverables, which I'm really pleased to say. In terms of one-on-ones, we're farm visits and events, we're at or just about to hit our targets. For expert use, we've been putting out lots of referrals, but we're continuing through the next 6 months to make sure that those referrals are actually realized and farmers are getting the information they need now that the field season is slowing down and people are in the planning and preparing phases. And so we're landing at a really healthy place in our budget, which gives us a chance as we come into the winter months to really focus on strategy and upgrading our platforms. There's been our database and our MailChimp, which supports our newsletter, are both in need of upgrades. So we're at a really good place with our budget to make sure that we have the foundation to keep doing our work. And then alongside that, obviously, continuing to emphasize interactions with farmers via one-on-one phone calls, emails, and boots on the ground farm visits. So that's my 10 minutes. Thank you very much. And I welcome any and all questions.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Sarah. Rachel, did you want to add anything to that?
I think, I don't have anything to add to Sarah's presentation. I'm just thrilled that Sarah has been able to take a leadership role as the coordinator since this newest contract has come forward. As some of you may know, I coordinated KBFA for the first 7 years, and now it's nice to have some succession with leadership. But don't worry, anybody, I'm not going anywhere. I'm still super thrilled to be a farm advisor. And I think the only thing I have to add is that KBFA is recognized provincially as the leader in agricultural extension now, and I can't stress how unusual that is, that it was a little grassroots local government funded extension organization that showed the provincial government that extension makes a difference. And now the provincial government is trying to actually take on extension a little bit. So I just hats off to local government who took a risk to try to do extension, and that's my comment. So thank you.
Thanks, Rachel. And thank you, Sarah. Is somebody in the room unmuted? Okay, we're okay. So I saw Director Vandenberg. Is there anyone else on the list right now? I just want to note, based on what Rachel had just said, that also to let the board know that the 3 regional districts did go to the Minister of Agriculture, who was Minister Popham at the time, to request that they come back into the game, that we're not sole funders. We know Columbia Basin Trust does not do things on an ongoing basis, so we could eventually anticipate those funds ending. So I'd recommend that we continue that advocacy, that they pick back up this program, and that we've demonstrated how critical it is. And so I think we have a lot of good feedback for them and a lot of context on how to do it right. So I would say that at some point we look at meeting with the Minister of Agriculture and request that again. Vandenberg.
Great, thank you through the chair. Thank you, Sarah and Rachel, for taking some time today to visit with us. And I will comment that speaking to local producers, you guys are highly regarded. And so I think that's noteworthy. My question is around, you have a slide on collaborations, and a good group to consider there. But I'm kind of curious, my question is around CKIS, because it is kind of very much related to agricultural producers and their challenges, but perhaps you can comment on potential overlaps, partnerships, or opportunities. With CKIS, I don't see them as a collaborator partner. Do you have any thoughts on that?
Rachel or Sarah, go ahead. We'll just make sure we know that CKIS is Central Kootenay invasive species, just for the public online.
Yeah,
That's okay.
invasive weed species.
Yeah. Rachel, go ahead.
Thank you. Yes. So coincidentally, I share an office with the CKIS education coordinator. So that's just a coincidence that we actually have looked for opportunities to overlap. It's interesting, CKIS's mandate to control invasive weeds. They do some on private property, but I find with CKIS, it's interesting because a lot of their work is on public lands, and agriculture, of course, is private lands. And CKIS actually did have a project to do work with agricultural producers last year, but I felt like you know, for example, I gave them the names of lots of farms to connect with, farms that I knew had invasive species problems. But in lieu of the fact that CCAS doesn't actively control weeds on private lands, I feel like they're not as active in the agricultural area. But by all means, if farmers have issues with invasives, I always connect them to CCAS in hopes that CCAS can provide them with the management recommendations that they need, because I know specifically the Creston Valley has a lot of issues with invasive weeds right now. And staying on top of that is a challenge. But there's probably, I wouldn't say necessarily more opportunity for collaboration because they have their limitations as well, but maybe some more education around some of those specific problem weeds.
Thank you. Good.
Yeah, thank you.
Was there any other speakers that you saw? Okay, we don't have any other questions for you at this time, Rachel and Sarah. Welcome to the team, Sarah. So good to meet you virtually. And thanks for coming today.
Thank you so much, everyone. Have a great day. And again, thank you so much for continuing to support this program. It's really amazing. And I'm really glad to hear that you're hearing from producers that it's valuable, because that's what they're telling us.
Yeah, thank you. It's good to hear that for sure.
Thank you.
Great, have a great day. Feel free to stick around if you'd like. Okay, our next delegation, Kootenay Employment Services. I did see them come on.
Leah.
Leah. Okay, great. Hi, Leah. Can you hear
Hi,
us?
everybody. Yes, I can hear you. Great. Okay, and everybody can see my screen?
Yeah, we can see your screen. Go ahead.
Perfect. All right. So thank you so much for giving us the opportunity to address the board today. So first of all, we want to talk to you about the state of childcare in the Kootenays. And we are lucky that through our partner organization, Community Futures East Kootenay, we have quite robust data to present to the board. So just recently, they completed a study in association with MyTax on just the general state of childcare in the Kootenays. They wanted to understand the challenges to the sector, specifically to inform policy and constructive solutions. And they had quite a good response as well. About half of the licensed centers in the Kootenays responded. So we're lucky to have this data. We're less lucky in the conclusions that follow from this data. So unfortunately, what we do now understand is that childcare in the Kootenays is not doing very well. 30% of centers who responded in this study said that it's not financially viable for them to keep operating long term. And this is a big problem. So we'll get to that a little bit later in the presentation as well. But there is the positive initiative that I'm sure the board is aware of, that the province's New Childcare Spaces Fund is helping to create new childcare infrastructure. New centers will be opening up. But many of those projects are a couple of years in the making. You know, a lot of these centers are yet to be approved. They're still through the application, going through the application process. So in the interim, we really cannot afford to lose any of the childcare that we have right now. So if 30% of our centers say it's not financially viable for them to continue operating for the next couple of years, that does create a lot of stress to an already stressed sector. And so when we look into the reasons why they answered the question in this way, we find that what's particularly difficult for them is balancing their income and the workload, and also having enough qualified staff for the workload that they have. And we also see human resources specifically as the second most common challenge. And then a lot of challenge around just the ongoing operations and administrating their centers and managing the financials of the centers. So anybody who has dealt with the childcare sector knows that it's not a particularly profitable sector to be in, which is partly why we have the problem of not enough childcare spaces. So for centers to continue to be financially viable, it is a tricky business proposition to make work. And a lot of centers are just not feeling that they are up to the task and that they are able to run their centers in a way that is sustainable long term. And when they were asked specifically what supports they would need, they cited mentorship supports, so some business coaching, help with the financial management, but also workforce recruitment. And that brings us to the next key finding. So to really understand the extent of the workforce challenge for childcare in the region, it's significant to note that 70% of the centers said that recruitment is a major challenge for them. And it's the number one barrier for expansion. We spoke with a lot of centers who would like to expand, who would like to take advantage of the province's new childcare spaces funding, but just don't feel they have the capacity to do that at the moment. And also, it's the number one reason why we have licensed spots that are not filled. In other words, they've been approved to offer additional spots, but they're not able to offer them to families because they don't have enough staff to meet the staff child ratio that is required by the ministry. So we see that this is probably at the moment the biggest problem facing childcare in the Kootenays and beyond. And just to put that in more specific quantified terms, we know that in the East Kootenays alone, we need an additional 120 ECEs, that's early childhood educators, over the next 2 to 3 years, not only to, well, actually not just to meet existing demand, but specifically just for the new centers that have been approved for funding from the province's Childcare Spaces Fund, and to staff those centers. So that is not really taking into account just the existing gaps that there are in workforce recruitment. And Kootenay-wide, we estimate that that's at least 300 new ECEs that we will need. And unfortunately, the fact is that through the College of the Rockies, through Selkirk College, through the other colleges in BC at least, we're just not training enough ECEs to meet this demand. So this is an incredibly limiting factor for the childcare sector, for expansion, for utilizing the spots that we already have licensed, and just to keep meeting the ongoing need for childcare in our area. So against this background, it's also important to understand what gaps exist in the sector. So there are current supports to childcare. There are, for instance, childcare resource and referral centers that the board might be familiar with, and they do wonderful work. They provide professional development, they connect centers to resources, but what they don't do is provide one-to-one business coaching. And as we saw from the previous slide, that there is definitely a desire for centers to have this mentorship, to have the more business-focused input as well and support. The other gap, as we've already talked about, is the province's new childcare spaces funding. So this funding provides the infrastructure, basically, and it's wonderful because that's a big part of the problem. We don't have enough childcare centers, but unless we can staff these centers, they will just be empty buildings. So it's really important then that we have a solution that addresses these concerns. And that is what KES and CFDK and the Crescent Valley Kootenay Lake Economic Action Partnership have done. So against the background of these challenges, we formulated a proposal that we submitted to JEDI through the REDIP funding opportunity just a couple of weeks ago. And in our proposal, there are two streams that we want to address. So the first is the recruitment piece, the recruitment of childcare workers. The second part of the proposal is geared towards support to the existing childcare centers. So in this, we want to target the 30% of centers that said they're at risk, that it's not financially viable for them to continue operating long-term. But we also want to provide some business supports to centers who would like to expand, because we know even with these new spaces funding applications in the works, even that is not enough to cover the immense need for childcare in the region. So we will be focusing on these two types of centers with the business supports that we provide. And to give you a more detailed idea of what we aim to do in our application. So in terms of recruitment of childcare workers, we want to hire a full-time recruiter for childcare in the Kootenays. And we will aim to target 3 audiences here. So we'll aim to get existing and qualified ECEs in the province who are not currently in the workforce back into ECE, into the industry. And we'll, for instance, market the CBT's, the Columbia Basin Trust's $2 per hour wage top-up, which is fortunately quite unique to our area as a way to maybe lure people back into the industry. We will also target other ECEs, early childhood educators from elsewhere, from elsewhere in Canada. And then thirdly, we will focus on international recruitment. And our goal is that by the end of March 2027, we would have recruited a minimum of 70 to 90 ECEs to the Kootenays. And of course, there's going to be a targeted marketing campaign to go along with that, and a dedicated website to promote this profession in the Kootenays. So that is for the childcare recruitment piece. Then for the business coaching, so as I mentioned before, we will focus on two types of centers. First of all, the at-risk centers, and then the centers seeking expansion. And we will be providing them with one-to-one coaching sessions. We'll make this as accessible as possible, which is also a request that came out of that data. We'll make sure sessions are available after hours. Participants, if needed, will receive an allowance to enable travel. And the business coaches will help them with their financial modeling, their forecasting, operational design, all of these different pieces to get them to a viable operating model. And something else that we will be doing that also came out of the data is that instead of just generalized business coaching, we will seek a business coach with expertise in both childcare and business expansion and business incubation. So it's very specific business coaching tailored to the sector, which we believe will be very impactful for the at-risk centers, but also the centers seeking expansion. And by the end of March 2027, our goal is that we would have helped 20 at-risk centers and 10 expanding centers. So this is kind of the nuts and bolts of what we presented for our REDIP application. And we would be very grateful for support from the RDCK for this application. So with that in mind, we request a letter of support, and we would also be very grateful for a financial contribution. So the board might be aware, but if you apply to REDIP, you have to supply a 20% applicant contribution. So for us, that's $100,000 that we would need for our application to be eligible and to continue making its way through the adjudication process. And our request to the RDCK is $15,000. We also have plans to approach the RDKB and the RDEK for a similar $15,000 contribution. And we are currently in talks with Columbia Basin Trust to make up the remaining $55,000. So that, in a nutshell, is both the data that supports our application and our request to the RDCK, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that you have. I can see Director Watson speaking, but she's on mute. Is that a question?
Sorry about that. Thank you, Leah. So yes, we have quite an extensive speakers list. I want to remind the directors, those online that didn't hear me, we do have this item on the agenda because it went through the Creston Valley Services Committee. So if you can focus your questions on what you want to ask Leah and leave the business of it to that item, just so we can get through the speakers list. So on the speakers list, we have Graham, DeBoon, Davidoff, McFadden, and McLaren Co. So DeBoon, go ahead. Or sorry, Graham, go ahead.
Thank you, and through the chair, I am so happy to see this presentation. We have so many problems with no daycare at all in Area E, and it's been one of my biggest challenges I've been working on. So my question to the delegation is basically one of the biggest challenges we've come across with the new spaces application is that it's virtually impossible for any daycare group to complete without the assistance of a highly paid specialized consultant. So I'm wondering if you have had any consideration in your plans would be to help. Right now we were able to get some of that help through Columbia Basin Trust, but I'm wondering if there's any chance you could be looking at providing some of those supports to groups that are looking to start daycares.
And Leah, by all means, answer that. But if you could take your screen down and then we can see you again, that would be great. Thank you. Go ahead.
Yes, absolutely. So We will have dedicated coaching time available to centers who are either currently expanding and finding the process difficult to navigate, or centers actively seeking expansion. And KS itself has prepared an application for the province's new childcare spaces fund. So we have in-house that expertise, and we'll make sure that our business coach, our childcare specific business coach, is familiar with that process as well. So we do want to support further expansion in the region. So absolutely.
Thank you.
Just a quick thought.
We don't actually have time for supplementals. Okay, I'll go through the list, but we're already getting close to time. We have 5 other speakers.
All right.
Devin, go ahead.
Hi, Leah, and thanks for your presentation. Of course, we did see it at the Preston Valley Services. But the one question that wasn't asked there, and I'd just like some clarification. There's a tall order for recruitment here. We have our localized college campuses. I don't know how many they train, but will there be, through this funding, some pressure put on them to increase the seats there? Because without having more trained workers, you'll never meet your goal.
Yes, I think that's yeah, if I may, I think that's a definite part of the puzzle. So we're really hoping to work with all of these different elements and put together a comprehensive strategy. So one of the tasks of the childcare recruiter would be to travel to all the colleges that do graduate ECEs and do a presentation and try to get, newly graduated ECEs. And we plan to work, and so that we work with the CCRRs as well, and they do a good job of promoting the occupation, of connecting potential ECE students to existing resources. There are scholarships, there are training wage subsidies, all of these different supports. So that will definitely be an ongoing part of the conversation. And through the EAP, of course, we're connected to the campus manager of the College of the Rockies locally, but also the College of the Rockies in the region. And yes, that is a definite part that we aim to work on as well, to increase our local capacity to train ECEs.
Thank you, Leah. And just with the acronyms, EAP is Economic Action Partnership in the East Kootenays. Director Davidoff, you're next.
Thank you, Chair. Excellent presentation, and just wanted to let you know that Area I led a study in the corridor between Trail and Nelson, and it was identified as a childcare desert. So there was nothing available, never mind, and with all these additional expenses and challenges. I am prepared to commit $1,000 or up to $1,500 of community development funds to support this. And I challenge the other directors to perhaps consider the same. RDCK is in the daycare business at the Castlegar and District Complex. We own a childcare and we have an operator that's leasing it from us. I think we need to look at the RDCK being involved in the childcare business like we are modeling in Castlegar. And the other thing is that I've been working really hard on the Terry's Community Hall daycare, had the money, sent it back. We had full funding, over $2 million at the Brilliant Cultural Center, and it didn't proceed because of the issues that you raised. Fully funding, ready to go. Everything was done. Full funding.
Director Davidoff, do you have a question for Leah?
Yeah, the question is that enough money or should I bump it up to $2,000? That's how much I care about childcare.
I think you can, Leah, if you can reach out to Director Davidoff, he'll work with you on a grant application.
Chair, we have a new grandbaby, so that's why I'm really keen on this.
Congratulations.
It's really cold, so that's
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so Leah, if you note that, we'll get you his email if you don't have it.
Thank you.
Director McFadden.
Great, thank you. Most of what I was gonna say was brought up by Director Graham and Director DeBoon, with the exception of your recruitment. Are you guys also looking at partnering and talking to Southwark College and hopefully having some connection with their partnership with the school districts? So I know my daughter is in that right now in grade 12. She's doing her ECTE assistant and they have that partnership with the school districts. I think that's probably a really good, when you're getting young people, who haven't even got to college yet, but still doing college courses, coming out with certificates. And maybe potential partnership would be is helping them finish their last piece of school. So they get their assistant through the high school, but they're not fully certified until they do the rest of their other 5 classes. So figuring out those partnerships. I know you said College of the Rockies. I just didn't know if you had also known about Selkirk and some of their programming with partnership with the school district. So hopefully that's on your radar.
Yes, thank you.
And Leah, Director David, I'll put his email in the chat if you want to see it there. McLaren, go.
Thank you, Chair. Just a quick question, Leah. I chaired our own childcare society in the cast years ago when my kids were little. It's their 12th birthday today, so it's been a few years. But I know that one of the challenges that you identified is the compensation for ECEs. How much has that improved? I know you said there's a boost to it, but has it improved to the level where it's more of a viable career for attraction and retention?
Yes, there's still room for improvement, but I think it's a much better profession today than it was, let's say, 5 years ago. So I don't have, sorry, I would have to look it up, but especially with the Columbia Basin Trust's $2 per hour wage top up, a fully qualified ECE can expect to earn about $26 to $28 an hour. An infant toddler specialist can expect a little bit more, so closer to $30 an hour. And certainly 5 years ago, that was not the case. So I think there have been a lot of improvements, and the CBT has been wonderful, a really big part of the solution in that regard.
Get when it's coming. Thanks.
It's okay. Sorry, Leah, we had a computer talking to us. Director Graham, we do have 2 minutes left, so go ahead. Well, actually, a minute. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I just was wondering if you were aware that the Nelson Area NAEDP or Economic Development Partnership has formed a child care committee, and if you've been in touch with them, because if you have not, I would like to put you in touch with them.
I have not, and I'd love to be in touch with them. Thank you.
Great. Okay.
Sure.
Good work. Thank you so much, Leah. We will have your request as part of our agenda today, so you're welcome to stick around. It's a couple items away, or else we'll get in touch with you afterwards. Thank you so much for your presentation. Thank you so much for all of your work. Clearly, farming and children are very important to us at this table. So farming was right before you if you missed it. That's why I said that. So thank you. Have a lovely day. Okay, directors. What's that? Oh, that's okay. Our computers have their own minds sometimes. Okay, we'll keep going, directors. We are on item 6.1. This is a request that came out of a delegation a few months ago. Director Newell.
I'd like to move the recommendation. Maybe you have a brief talk about it.
Sure, we can move it. Do we have a second? Pop off. Do you want to go ahead or do you want me to add my amendment? You can go ahead if you want.
Yeah, do you mind if I go ahead first?
You go ahead.
The amendment, it turns out. So the ACC, got 2 minutes, annual allowable cut is scientifically established by the province. And when not allowed to be reached, it does have impacts, social and economic impacts. The reason I'm speaking to this, I'd like to share with you a local example of this, local to area app. Spearhead Timber Company, been around for 25 years or so on the North Shore, just close to the provincial park. It's a local company and it's modeled on the European model of community-based, community-enmeshed wood manufacturing. And they access their timber from the Herrick Proctor or the Herrick Community Forest. So it's this local contained ecosystem. They get their wood there, they bring it to their mill. Eventually, with their new expansion that's planned, that we will see more work table, they will use close to 100% of the fiber that enters their mill 100% of the fiber, close to 100% of the fiber will be used throughout their process. So I'm using that as a local example to explain why I support this motion and appreciated Mr. Kolesnikoff's presentation a few months ago. I will add this as a couple of PSs I mentioned, and I don't mean it to be like speaking down to people or economic stuff that Aiden knows about, but basically hospitals, schools, roads, homeless shelters all exist because of a diversified provincial and local economy. The annual allowable cut does account for diversified values within our forest. And thus, upon rereading Dr. Holt's letter to us, I think that in her final paragraph, it may well be debatable that, and it may not be fully accurate, but definitely is debatable when she states ... but more generally puts industry first rather than jobs, which I highlight in my previous comment, timber spearhead are 75 highly paid, highly skilled. 75, I'm guessing, but it's in that ballpark, jobs. So they do highlight other value parts, jobs, community values, and stewardship, which is a direct quote from her last paragraph. So the final piece Ken mentioned, like, it's not in support of making 2x4s or raw log exports. It's a much more diversified industry than that. And my final thing is, and we've talked about it at this board table many times, private land logging is a different issue. So we're not talking about private land logging. That's something we've talked about time and again at this board table. So I'm speaking in favor of the motion and perhaps guiding the letter a little bit. So I chuckle only because the chair and I chatted a bit about it beforehand. So thank you very much.
Put letterhead on it. What I want to do, directors, is just note that we're not going to solve the forestry issue at this table. We're talking about a letter of support. And I say that because we could go down quite the rabbit hole with this conversation. So what I want to encourage is, I don't think any of us are going to debate that forestry is important. The how is what we want to be a little like, let's not talk too detailed about it. I don't oppose the motion, but I do need to be cognizant of the fact that we have also moved motions forward that recognize forestry intersecting with the environment is a big topic. So I don't want a blanket letter of support. What I'd like to do, and I don't know that this is an amendment, is just include that the value added aspect and being really clear about being able to create value with our timber and not export is where I see the ecological considerations being a little more viable without it being oppositional. So what I would suggest is that the motion is to write a letter of support. I don't think we need to amend it, but if the board agreed, I would include the two last bullet point in Rachel's letter, Dr. Holt's letter, direct the chief forester and other decision makers to ensure that decisions prioritize ecological values and take a lower risk approach when interpreting information. And second, direct a significant portion of remaining available fiber on the landscape towards true value added to build new BC industry, which would be places like Spearhead, Camel Creek Timber Homes, so that localizes it and brings it back into a value added component. So that's what I would like to do. I wouldn't generally intersect Director Weatherhead, but I just wanted us to be cautious over how much detail we get into. So I'm trying to generalize while being slightly specific so that we're not off track with what we've previously discussed. Weatherhead and then pop off.
Thank you. I think I'm just pleased that you're going to be adding that because I do see both sides of the coin sitting on the community forest board and just the 130 policies and legislation that are already in place just to harvest one tree. And so there is so many angles to this that it's not just one side or the other. It's very diverse. Thank you.
Thank you. And I should have checked process wise, Angela, that the motion I think is generic enough that adding those notes in does not, we don't need to amend the motion, correct?
We are wanting to add those notes to the amendment or to the
just in the letter, so I don't think we need to amend the motion. Okay,
Do not need to.
okay, Popoff was next.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And supporting what Director Buell has said and yourself is the value added process is one that creates employment. In Area H alone, we've got the Mass Timber in South Slocan, we've got Selkirk Trust, we've got a lot of industries that rely on employment, and our economy is basically depending on the forest industry and their allowable cut.
Yeah. Okay, I think we wouldn't debate that so much in terms of the value, and that's where we align. And I do know in speaking with, not Director Kolesnikoff, Mr. Kolesnikoff, I'm just trying to remember if he had a formal title, he's Ken. And working with Dr. Holt, they also coordinate over like watershed conversations. So I think that we're not doing anything completely contrary to the original request. I think this is just adding the context to make it a little more clear for us. Maine.
Thank you, Chair. Given the 2 bullet points that you wish to add to the end of the letter, that encourages my support for sending that letter, rather than it being a blanket thing. Thank you.
Okay. Was that McFadden? Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you through the chair. My only concern with adding it is, like Director Weather had said, we have so much red tape for our forest industry, like enormous amount of red tape for them to do anything, which is why our level cut is not being done. And so my concern is by adding anything that's saying, hey, not that we don't advocate for watersheds and all these other pieces that are really, really important, but I don't want to give provincial government direction to, hey, we want you to actually look and spend more money putting more red tape on our forest industry. That was my only concern with adding something to the letter is we're not saying, hey, this is specifically what we're saying, asking you to do. It's really generic and yeah, we want you to spend more time, money and effort into restricting what they already are having a hard time restricting when my interaction with the forest industry is that they are doing this well in our area. And they're most of listening to this group, they are doing this well. They have moved towards sustainable forest practices on their own. And so I feel like as government, we need to figure out how to get out of their way and make sure that we're not giving direction to get more in their way is my only concern with adding what you've added to the letter. It doesn't sound like I would have the support to not add it, so I guess we're going that way, but I'm just throwing it out there to say we've got to be careful because that does give direction to do more work into putting more red tape, which I do not want to do to our forest industry.
A complement to that could be what was actually named the technical term, which is to revisit a urgency, which is that local aspect. And so we could frame it that way instead, because that's not more red tape, that's actually going back to where our communities were considered in that work. So if that would be more amenable, we can work on the language to talk about urgency. So urgency is just when the communities have to be included in what's being harvested and where it goes. So it brings it back to the value added component, which I don't think is a new legislation, it's just reprioritizing. So if that works, just wanting to address. Okay, Munn, and then Lockwood.
I think you just addressed what I was going to say, but just as a community who sawmill left, even though that there was local license there. The appurtenancy piece is huge, the localized piece is huge. And so I would fully support including that.
Okay, good. Lockwood?
Thank you. Yeah, the logging industry or the forestry industry is in great distress and has been continuously, as I am married to somebody that's been in the forest industry for 25 years. And with what's happened down in the States and what's going to come down with tariffs and stuff like that, I personally don't think, and I agree with Director McFadden, is that the more that we give our government hands tied to tie our forestry is going to even affect our province even more when we are so tied to exports and stuff like that, that do we want to keep this right here and close by us? So the less that we can have, because I do think that every single company, whether it's a community forest, especially in our area, has really done a well job. My husband was with land exchange out of our area and all that kind of stuff, so I really know how well it was done. We unfortunately had somebody come in from the outside of the area to do a bunch of logging, private logging that we all didn't really enjoy. But I really am scared that we tie our provincial hands more by supporting that we do less.
So I think just to clarify, we can state in the letter, we're not looking for more red tape. We need our forestry industry to be able to work at its best capacity. We know from Ken, we know from other forestry operators that the ability to localize their work is something of great interest to them. And so I don't see this as more red tape. I see this as the opportunity to see the government support urgency, local production, value added. And so it's, and we can be clear, we don't want to see more rules. We can add that in, that we want to recognize that forestry is under a lot of stress. We want to support the workers, and we need to be considerate of regionalizing and value added encourages all of us to be able to benefit more than we have, because when they removed appurtency, it went more to exports. And I think in the context of what's happening, we have to be cautious because there is a lot of tariffs potentially coming. So regionalizing is going to be even more important, or at least staying within the province. I'm speaking too much, Jackman.
No. I would avoid the word appurtency or appurtenance requirement though, because that may be overly specific. I think the comments about we have viable local value added industry, small industry, making sure that we are, I'd avoid that particular term. If you go back to, and I just flipped a few things open from 9 years ago, it was overly specific. It might have made a community think, oh, we get this fiber, whether it makes sense or not. Everything I've heard from the Timber Supply Area Collaborative was that flexibility, right log, right mill, sharing, trading even harvest areas like Canfor and Plasma did because of depletion of spruce pine and moving more into Douglas fir large. All of those things are necessary for industry to have that flexibility. So please just avoid that term. Frame it any way you like about supporting small to large local industry, but don't please get us into that old argument of, hey, we get this fiber, whether it makes sense or we can use it locally or not.
Okay. Director Lochtenberg, I just need to probably let you know, when you put a hand up with 30 different screens up, I won't see it. So if you can use chat to let me know when you want to be on the speakers list. Thank you. Stuart saw your hand, so go ahead. And friendly reminder, when we write letters to the province, we put a lot of effort in. We don't know what's going to do anything, so let's allocate the time to the level of expectation we might have with this. Director Lochtenberg, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. So if I may, can you clarify the amendment to the letter that you're making? I just want to make sure that I fully understood.
Yeah, so the motion itself is not being amended. The motion is to send a letter of support to the Ministry of Forest regarding the Forestry Works for BC campaign. What we're doing in that letter is we're articulating the importance of regional access for value added fiber, I think is kind of where we landed. And so we did have 2 notes we were adding, which I'll amend a little bit based on what I've heard from the directors. It was the last 2 notes. To ensure the decision prioritize ecological values, take a lower risk approach when interpreting information, direct a significant portion of remaining available fiber on the landscape towards true value added. So that's where we would not use the term appurtency, but really focus on regionalizing the fiber that is harvested in this region.
Yeah, I strongly, thank you, Chair. I strongly support those additions. I think it's really important that Rachel Holt's letter and the concerns she raised be really adequately represented in this letter. I think the new biodiversity and ecosystems framework that the provincial government is looking at implementing, I think actually serves to support a healthy forestry industry. And it's not about adding red tape, but it's about creating sustainability over the long term. And I think it's really important that we distinguish the short term and the long term values here. What to somebody who's short-term thinking might look like red tape, over the long term is really essential for creating a viable industry for the next generation. So I really support those additions to that letter. Thank you.
Okay, folks, if we wanted to have further conversations with the ministry and get into the specifics, we can always make a request for a meeting with them. But this is a letter at this point. That's kind of the extent of what we'll do. Is there any other discussion?
Call the question.
How about I just ask for the vote? There's no one else on the speakers list. All those in favor? Anybody opposed? Okay, that's good. Thank you. 10:15, we'll go for another 15 minutes, folks, and then we'll take our morning break. Committees and commissions for information, we've received those. Any edits necessary? Seeing none. With recommendation 7.2.1, Director Hewitt, do you want to move that?
I will, thank you, Chair, that the board directs staff to prepare repeal bylaws for the Caswell and area regional facilities, Recreation and Park Service Commission, bylaw 2023-2009, and the Glacier Creek Regional Park Commission bylaw 1306-1998, and further that going forward, the governance matters for Parks and Recreation Services in Caswell and Area D be considered by the North Kootenay Lake Regional Services Committee.
I'll second that motion. Discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Pardon?
Participants.
Oh, thank you. Yes, corporate rate today, so we agree?
Yes.
We agree. It's funny when we do that because we did this at committee, but yeah, it was formal here. Water Services Committee 7.2.2. Director Weatherhead.
The board directs staff to prepare amendments to the parcel frontage tax bylaws for Balfour, New Hamel, Bryan, Zanka, and Woodbury Village Service Establishment bylaws for New Hamel, Burton, Woodbury Village, Zanka, and South Spokane to build system-specific capital reserve funds for system renewal and replacement.
Thank you. Second, discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Okay, all rec committee. So you, Director Pablo? No, McFadden, I'm sorry. Okay. I did.
That the board adopt policy number 500-01-11, community services donation policy with the amendment to the framework content presented to include that the total value of donations by the Regional District of Central Kootenay for each calendar year be limited to the amount identified in the financial plan, and that the community services donation policy include that donations can be a combination of the options, and further that the community services donation policy be effective December 1st, 2024.
Thank you. Do we have a second? Thank you, Jackman. Discussion? Okay. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. So for 7.2.4, I'm just going to check in advance in case someone wants to do this. So we did hear from Director Davidoff. He wants to also make a grant application. I don't think amending this motion with your grant application would be appropriate, just because you have to actually apply, Director Davidoff. So I just wanted to clarify that from the beginning. We good with that?
Chair, I'm talking in addition to what we're going to consider here.
Yeah, I was just wanting to clarify that if anyone wanted to also provide funding, that they should go through the development process or discretionary.
Yeah.
So I'm going to go to Jackman first, and then I'll put you on the list.
I'd like to move the recommendation. If it's seconded, I'll explain why we did this.
Yeah, moved and seconded. Go ahead.
Great. So we didn't want to get tied up in one policy issue that if we had a presentation, we shouldn't entertain a motion, especially with support and money. We were able to listen to this. It's not something new to us. We've been talking about it at our Economic Action Partnership. So Crescent Valley Services, we're happy to provide the entire 15,000 for the entire regional district through our 4 partners. It's not a big hit. It's time sensitive. So anything else can come later, but having this in place now, as Leah goes to West Kootenay and East Kootenay and the trust, this is building on her mandatory contribution in order to be eligible to get the bigger pot of money. So this is all we need at this point. We don't need any more. I would almost suggest that after conversation with KES, then anyone else can talk about if there's any other gaps or anything else they can enhance. We found this is an easy way to get the money in place, the commitment in place, without getting tangled up in our policies.
Okay. So Davidoff is next on the list. Did anyone else from, well, I'll go to Davidoff, but if anyone else from CVSC wanted to speak, let you know. Go ahead, Dr. Davidoff.
No, Chair, that's clear. I understand exactly what we're doing and I'm good. So if they reach out, I will contribute because we may be accessing them because it's a huge deal in Area I and we're working on stuff. So it'd be easy to support it.
Okay, great. Thank you. Any other speakers? Okay, all those in favor?
Participants.
Participants only. Vandenberg? You're good? Okay, okay. Although, anybody opposed? Oh, the 4 of you. Am I missing anyone? No. Okay, that passes. 10:20, let's, I think we can do this one in 10 minutes. Ange, can you just maybe go over for us what all these motions are, because they did come in on the agenda?
So Chair, just on privilege before we go ahead, I forgot to congratulate the chair and the new vice chair and thank Diana for her service. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks. Angela?
Yes, so through the chair, we held our Regional Accessibility Advisory Committee meeting in November. And we did have a few amendments to make some of the recommendations that we had put forward at that point, purely because some of the funding that we thought that we could use for the consultation for the accessibility plan was unavailable. So that funding is actually, once you have your accessibility plan, you can then look into the funding for a project. So we've made a couple of recommendations there to amend the previous resolutions from, I believe it was the March meeting. As well as staff has prepared a framework which we included in the board agenda, as well as for the accessibility committee to review. And so we're looking for endorsement as well from the board.
Okay, thank you. So we'll start with the first motion, which is the framework, and that was in the first published agenda. The minutes were on the agenda.
So Chair,
Would
point
anyone-
of order.
Yes, Director Davidoff, what's your point of order?
Can we move these as a block or do we have to do some of them separately?
We should separate them because it's a framework.
Through the chair, you're also rescinding and amending a motion.
Yeah.
That's
So,
fair
yeah.
enough. Yep,
Yeah.
I'm
Thank
prepared
you.
to second all of them if Mayor DeBoon would move them.
We'll roll with it. On the framework, Director, anybody, would you like to move the motion?
I found myself being the chair of this, so.
Oh, great. Go ahead. So you move the motion for the framework?
Yeah, so that the board endorsed the RDCK
Chair, and
accessibility
I
framework.
second as the other.
Yeah, we got it, Director Davidoff. Thank you. Director DeBoon's reading the motion, so let's let him do that.
That the board endorsed the RDCK accessibility framework dated October 21st, 2024. And further, that the framework be used as a reference in the development of the RDCK accessibility plan and feedback mechanisms for the public. And yes, we have a seconder.
Yes, we have a seconder. It's on the floor. Would anyone like to speak to it? The framework was in the agenda. Okay, all those in favor? Opposed? That is approved. This is all vote. And the next one is an all vote. This is to rescind a motion. Director DeBoon, I guess as the chair of the committee, you go ahead.
Sorry, I just had a comment. I kept trying to unmute and I punched the wrong button.
If you can use chat to let me know you want to speak,
Yes.
that helps. So you have a comment on the framework?
Yes, I just wanted to say that in the values section that is in the framework, we need to do work on it as an RDCK. That's it.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, moving forward, that the resolution 131/24 being that the board directs staff to procure a consultant to assist with the RDCK accessibility plan, subject to receiving grant funding from the local community grant program and Disability Alliance BC be rescinded.
Thank you. And I believe Director Davidoff is going to second that. Said he'd second all of them, so we're good. This is a rescinding. Any discussion?
It becomes self-explanatory as we go down the list here. So.
Okay. All those in favor? Anybody opposed? Thank you. Your next one.
Next one is that the resolution 132/24 being that the board directs staff to apply to the local community accessibility grant program Stream 2 policies and programs funding for legal and consulting advice for the one-time funding of up to $25,000 and that be included in the general administration service S100 be amended by removing the Stream 2 policies and programs funding for legal and consulting advice, thus reading that the board directs staff to apply to the local community accessibility grant program for the one-time funding of up to $25,000 that be included in the general administration service S100.
Thank you. I'll take a second. Thank you, Director Jackman. Discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Motion number 4.
Number 4 is that the board directs staff to include in the 2025 to 2029 draft financial plan, $25,000 for consultant services to assist with the development of the RDCK accessibility plan.
Thank you. And do we have a second? Thank you, Jackman. Discussion. We got Jackman, Cunningham, Vandenberg. Jackman, go ahead.
Yeah, the easy part is this should reference S100 as the where financial plan. The other thing is that, and you'll hear me say this a little later, I don't like to assume all the money's there on the table for a consultant, because 25,000 available for consultants, their bid's gonna be 24,999. If there's eligible funds for staff, or incremental staff costs, or travel, or consultation, or advertising, or renting a public venue, or whatever, I don't like to see us automatically say, we're gonna do this, we're gonna dump all the money in the consultant's hand, and then have to come up with the rest of the money somewhere else. I get pushback every time I ask, yeah, or whoever, should there be a line item for this kind of thing? Because it's one time, very specific, and we don't know where the money's gonna fall. Maybe staff will say, we'll do half of this. We'll hire a consultant for $10,000, $15,000 worth to do certain outreach. So we gotta stop just assuming the consultant gets all the money and the taxpayer pick up whatever else happens to be the rest of the cost. I don't know the answer, except if we start creating line items for a project, it would be the 2024-25, accessibility project, and we don't say whether it's for consultants or us.
Stuart, do you wanna respond to that?
Through the chair, we can remove the consultant services and leave the account allocation up to staff. Because if we don't do that, then we've got to sit here and itemize. Every time something like this comes forward, we've got to have the 5 accounts listed. So I'm happy to take out the consultant services and then leave it to staff to ensure that 25 is available for different account line items, some of which might be internal.
Within S100.
Within S100, yeah.
Okay, so that's a friendly amendment. I believe Director Caboon, you're good with that. So we'll just make sure that what it is that the board directs staff to include in the 2025 to the 2029 draft financial plan, 25,000 to assist with the development of the RDCK accessibility plan and put it in S100. Better language, and we'll figure out the better language, okay?
This does.
Cunningham and then Vandenberg.
Thank you, Chair. That was exactly my thought.
Check, good stuff. Vandenberg.
Thank you through the chair. Now, so this additional money, it's funding money, is for sure funding money. Cool. Funding money. Is this towards the implementation and the monitoring of kind of where are we at with the work that you guys have done? What's next? What's the money earmarked for? According to the report, it ought to be for implementation and monitoring, but can I get a clarification on that?
Sure, the motion says development of the accessibility plan. Angela, do you have?
So through the chair, the framework identifies what the RDCK is looking to do. It has a breakdown of the phases that we're going to be approaching, some of the different focus areas that we're going to be looking at. And so that is what we're using as our guidelines to go forward with the consultant.
So see, the framework is going to inform what the development is. That's the actions that will be taken. Do we have that right?
Yes, the framework is our guidelines.
Okay, and sorry, Director DeBoon, did you want to add to that as the chair?
Well, we're in the process of collecting the draft plans that are in existence to assist us. And so Preston has a draft plan. I'm not sure how many participants in our group have their draft plans already, but it's an important part of this that we put all this together as we look at this. And so that's part of the approach is see what we already have, what we need to do, I think.
So the framework is the guide, the plan will be the how to.
Yep.
But go ahead.
So the clarity piece is that there is work continuing to go forward as more information pulls together as a result of the framework. And then the clarity, also the 25,000 is met one time at this point, although it falls into our budget over a period of time.
The period of time is because we always have a 5-year financial plan. We don't ever have a.
Just want to make it clear.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Further discussion. Lynn?
Yeah, sorry. I haven't lost the plot, I don't think completely, but I just wanted to check in. I think the Village of Spokane made a resolution to participate in their regional, and so I'm just curious in terms of member municipalities. Will they be included as part of the plan, or do we need to have our own plan?
And go ahead.
So through the chair, the current bylaw identifies that we have a regional accessibility advisory committee that can assist the regional district of Central Kootenay as well as the municipalities. We are not doing an accessibility plan for the municipalities. The municipalities, we all, because this is a part of the BC Accessibility Act, we all have to have our own accessibility plan. So we cannot develop a regional accessibility plan for the municipalities. Municipalities have to have their own plan. What Director DeBoon was kind of getting at was the Accessibility Advisory Committee requested to see some of the municipal plans that have been done in our region so that they have a bit of an idea of what to be looking for when we come to them with the RDCK accessibility plan. So even though the bylaw has the Village of Spokane, the Village of Silverton, I believe New Denver, Nakusp, and Salmo, it is up to those municipalities to use that committee as their advisory to develop their own accessibility plan.
So it sounds like regionally, we can do a framework, we can do the accessibility committee and provide guidance, but jurisdictionally, a municipality has to have its own plan.
Yeah, the advisory through the chair, the advisory works with that municipality because they may have different accessibility needs than the regional district. There will be some similarities, and I think that's where having a regional accessibility advisory committee will be helpful, is because that committee is working with the municipalities, is working with the RDCK. It's gonna see where the similarities are. We can maybe share resources, or we can share some content with each other so that it makes it easier on everyone. But everyone is responsible for developing their own plan.
Supplemental one? Yeah, supplemental, just latching on what you said in terms of the advisory committee sharing resources and whatnot. I think Spokane would like to take whatever. Like, since the work is being done regionally, yeah, just it's one of those things that we were hoping the regional committee would be able to provide support, just and capacity for this.
Go ahead, Angie. So through the chair, the committee only is an advisor. So they don't take on any of the responsibilities other than advising us on the plans that we develop, the feedback mechanisms that we develop, and any of the stuff that the province requires. It's our responsibility as municipalities, as regional districts and organizations to take on this work. It is the advisory committee's responsibility just to advise us and to provide us feedback.
So you'll get the advisement, you'll get kind of like consultation with those that are directly affected because the members are generally speaking, looking at accessibility issues. But the actual creation of the plan and any of those things based on the act, as an independent jurisdiction, you have to do your own plan. But there'll be supports for you to do that, advising supports. Does that help? And you can also have staff conversations. Okay. Hewitt?
All right, thank you through the chair. Hearing what I've just heard, the Village of Castle might have opted to stay in and be a participant. Understanding now that there would have been perhaps supports for us, but we did opt to do our own and have our own committee. And, maybe that was part of it because the committee structure for our advisory committee allows us to tailor our plan. And I did not understand that we all still had to have our own plan. I thought it was going to be a blanket RDCK plan so that it wasn't going to fit with our community. And just for the chair's information, we appointed an Area D resident to our committee at the October meeting, just because of their unique accessibility issues. So anyhow, just to end further to that, we are close to having our draft plan. Will there still be coordination? I shared your framework with our staff, and we'll be watching with interest to see where we can see alignment. And so, because we're adjacent, where we can see alignment and opportunities for that collaboration. So I hope that there's no issue with that.
I don't think so.
No, through the chair, sharing resources is definitely permitted. The more that we can help each other out. A large part of the Accessibility Advisory Committee was the province has put certain requirements on our membership. And so we wanted to provide those smaller municipalities the opportunity to be part of this committee, or to be, utilize this committee, because they may not be able to meet those standards that are required by the province for their membership. And so that's why the Regional Accessibility Advisory Committee was created, to provide everyone with that opportunity to have committee members that can participate and is required by the province.
Thanks. So the motion is to apply for the funding, include it in our draft plan. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. I'll just note, thank you, Angela. This is one of the way too many things that come our way that we're required to do, and then staff scramble to figure out how it's supposed to be done. And I'll just say that I think she was learning along the way what was required, who could do what.
Right.
So when this originally came in front of us, she did her best to present what was known. And as you can see from rescinding some of these motions, there's more to be learned, or there was more learned. So great job, everybody. We're doing our best to meet the criteria that's put on us. Good reasons. Number 5.
And Jen, your hand up first.
Yeah.
Oh, Ange, sorry.
So through the chair, if I could just give a little bit more in regards to this last recommendation. So because this is all new, the advisory is new. Regionally, we've never had a committee that has worked with our municipalities as well. So everything was new, and this was our first year with this Regional Accessibility Advisory Committee. And so what we've noticed is some of that formal process that we follow with our other commissions and committees. We may be looking more at having a very similar bylaw to what the water services community advisory committees are about. So we're looking at probably taking a less formal approach and having more discussions and meeting notes than the formal meeting. So that's kind of what we're looking at there.
Thank you. So that's the community advisory committees where, I think the simplest way is you don't need to use Robert rules. You're not actually moving motions, and most of the membership is not actually a part of a formal governance structure. So it does make sense. Is that right, Anne?
Yeah, and through the chair, just to make sure we meet quorum, that's what we were kind of coming across at times. Was there's different, everyone on that committee may have something come up, may have to step away. So we were noticing that quorum couldn't always be met. So those discussions, those important discussions that we need to have with that committee were not happening. So if we're able to still have those discussions, but in a less formal manner, that's what we're looking at doing. And so very similar, we'll probably be using the Water Services Community Advisory Committee bylaw to adjust and amend our regional accessibility bylaw.
Okay. Susan, you're moving that motion?
Yeah, and for discussion.
I'm just going to check as the chair of that committee. You're good?
I'll second.
Okay. Go ahead.
Through the chair to Angela, if I may. Thank you for that, because we're finding the same thing in Castle, and we purposely set our quorum lower than half of the committee for that very reason. Sometimes the reason that people are sitting at the committee is because of their accessibility issues, and there's been a couple of times that people have had to be away at position appointments. So they have not been able to attend, so we haven't had quorum, so we specifically set our quorum at a lower level. And just with the requirement that one of them be local government.
Okay. All right then.
Before I read this, I'll just comment as well. The whole idea of this, of course, is it's so difficult in small communities to have these committees formed where it's much simpler and more efficient to have it formed through RDCK. And in our meeting, I think it was in March, where we started to strategize on what we needed to do. The input was very valuable because of the different perspectives that people have in the different handicaps that need to be addressed, and even visual ones and sound ones and things that we hadn't thought of were brought to the table in March and helped us form this whole strategy. And I think there'll be more of that going forward. So as your friendly neighborhood chair, I welcome everybody to come to the meeting because I find it has been a productive exercise. So with that, I will make the final motion that the board directs staff to evaluate a less formal structure for the Regional Accessibility Advisory Committee bylaw number 2904/2023 and bring forward an amendment bylaw for board consideration.
Thank you. So it was seconded by Director Hewitt. Further discussion? Good work, everybody. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. All right, let's take our morning
Chair,
break.
just on privilege, I want to thank staff for all the hard work and the members of the committee for their patience, because this has been really confusing for everybody, but appreciate everyone's efforts. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you.
This comes down here.
All right. Okay, directors, we are reconvening. Directors? Director Newell? Sorry, we just have a few folks in the kitchen we're waiting for. All right, we're gonna reconvene. We are on item 7.2.6. We have Director Dayoff, Director Casely, and Director Lochtenberg still there. Oh yeah, there you are. Thanks for turning on your videos. It helps me see that you're there.
Move each one at a time.
Yes, I believe. Yeah,
Yeah, they're all.
Yeah. all vote weighted as well. So
So, is the first one really all vote weighted?
yeah, I believe so. Contract.
It's not just Central Resource making the decision? Didn't we have this talk yesterday? Okay, all right, well then I'll move the first recommendation, which is authorizing to not extend the existing lease agreement, recycling, Kootenay Creek Marine Limited.
Thank you. And I'll look to Director Graham for a second. Yeah, okay.
Just a brief comment.
Yes.
I'd like to thank staff for their work with the new owner to extend it and to kind of keep it going and not just drop it out of the blue just because we had a challenge with the previous owner of the marina and just making an arrangement. So just an acknowledgement to staff on that.
Thank you. Do you have someone on the list? Okay. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. The next motion, also all vote weighted.
Yes, and that this is the board approved. I'll move that the board approve that the RDCK enter into a new master agreement and scope of work with MMDC Recycling from January 1st, 2025 to December 31st, 2029, and it's the running of residential recycling depot, chair and corporate officer, etc.
We have a second. Thank you, Jackman. Discussion. Pretty robust yesterday. All those in favor? Opposed, carried.
And the third resolution, again, it's an all vote weighted, and this is for borrowing for HB out at the central area, and people can read it here. I'll move that recommendation, resolution.
Do we have a second? Thank you, Pop or Cunningham. You have a question? Yeah, go
I
ahead.
have a question also. This is not the first time we borrowed money for the HP. Anybody have any idea how many times we borrowed money and what the extent of that borrowing is right now, just roughly?
I see you there, Uli.
The chair for HB specifically,
No, not specifically, just roughly.
around 4 million.
Thank you. Okay. And my question, without getting anything that might be unsettled, is there any chance of repayment?
By the regional district, through the chair, we're in agreements with MFA to pay those loans.
That's not what I asked, but I understand the question. Thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion on the motion. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. So that was it. Thank you, Director Newell. Director Weatherhead, go ahead.
I'll make motion for that, all vote weighted, that the board approve an amendment to the 2024 financial plan from Recreation Commission number 4, Nicasson Area K service number S228 to reduce 6,789 from accumulated operating surplus and to increase 689 in grants to increase available grant funding. And further, that the board approve the payment of the following grants from the Recreation Commission number 4, Nicasson Area K service S228 2024 budget to Arrow Lakes Gymnastics Club for $9,000.
Second that. Thank you. Discussion. Seeing none, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Membership to the Economic Trust of Southern Interior BC. So there was correspondence included in the agenda that outlined the terms as well as the preference from ETSI-BC. So hopefully you've all read that. This will be a nomination process. Papa, over to you. I saw your hand first.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I'd like to, for the rural director, I'd like to nominate Director Hanegraaff.
Dr. Hanegraaff, do you accept?
I do.
Okay. So let me just start these notes. And so if you, flip the page or look on your agenda, there are 4 positions here. So 2 municipal, 1 rural, 1 alternate. Are there any other nominations for a rural director? Vandenberg's giving me a look. I can't read it. Are we good? Okay, so let's go to municipal director. Any nominations, Vandenberg?
I would like to nominate Director Lockwood.
Director Lockwood, do you accept?
Yes, I do. Thank you.
Thank you. Further nominations for municipal. Hanegraaff.
I nominate Director Lund.
Director Lund, do you accept?
Yeah.
Okay. Why am I forgetting your last names? Lockwood, Lund. Okay, and further nominations, we have another space for alternate, but we can do an election if necessary. Other nominations? We do need an alternate at least, so Director Popoff.
Yeah, I'd like to nominate the Director McLaren Cole for alternate.
Do you accept? Okay. All right then. And are there further nominations from the floor? All right. Are we good then? I can go ahead and move the motion then with Director Hanegraaff for rural, Director Lockwood for municipal, Director Lund for municipal, and Director McLaren Co as alternate. Someone like to move that motion, please. Thinking Main, Hewitt, discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? You're good, Mike. Thank you. I'm standing in the hall going, do I need the box? Good work, everybody. Thank you. I'll just note Director Lockwood's been the chair of that committee, I believe, or that board, so they'll be grateful for the continuation. Director Lockwood?
I'm the chair for the RAC.
Okay,
not for the actual board that I also sit on, that I can only sit on for another 2 years and then you must come on. Something that our board really looked at to make sure that there was new blood coming on. And so there's only myself and one other person that came on at the same time and we're done at the same time. And a lot of stuff has changed and FCBC is putting a lot of money in this area.
great. Good work. And thank you, Director Popov. I know you've been on that committee for quite some time, so thanks for your work.
Thank you.
Okay, let's move on to RDCK commissions. So additional appointments were put on for Slocan, I believe. And this can all be one motion, correct? Stuart, this is all one motion?
It's all in motion, yeah.
Okay, would anyone like to move? Thank you, Hewitt.
Okay.
Second, Popov, discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried.
So Chair, I have a question on, I just wanted to confirm, is staff informing us when commission terms are ending, or is that up to the director to look after that?
No, staff usually sends a note saying what's expiring and that you need new members.
Okay, and basically, and I think we appointed some, like APHC members for our term, or is that, I think that was okay, correct? Through the chair, through the CAO?
Through the chair, we'd have to take that offline to know exactly what you're referring to.
Yeah, the
staff
area
monitors-
AHPC.
Yeah, staff monitors all commissions and committees for appointment expirations, yeah.
To
Yeah,
check on
thank
your
you.
specific expiry dates, just reach out to staff.
Yeah, it just, thank you, I'll check, thanks. Just
Thank you, Director.
December 26th is coming up, so I think we're good, but I'll want to.
Okay, so director's reports, we do have verbal reports this month, but I'm gonna continue to recommend until we actually adopt the new procedures bylaw where these are at the end of the meeting, that we refer these to the end of the meeting. So, thank you. Thank you. Moved and seconded discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. And I need to note that or else I'll end the meeting and forget. So that will be at, we do it at 13. 14.3, okay, thank you. Verbal reports. Page, we're on correspondence. So there are 4 items of correspondence. If you would like to pull one and discuss, do let me know which item. Looking at the table first.
Sure.
Dr. Lockenberg, sorry, folks online, if you could please use chat. I go blind by the end of the day if you just start speaking and I'm trying to figure out where you're speaking from. Lockenberg, you would like to pull one of the correspondence?
Yeah, Rachel Holt's letter.
Okay, so I'm gonna flag that and put Lochtenberg beside it. And I'll just see if there's other ones. I'll look online. I don't see anyone in chat. Okay, around the table. No, good. Okay, Lochtenberg, go ahead with 8.1.
Dr. Holt has requested a letter of support, and I'd like to move that we write that letter as requested.
Okay, you're moving that motion. We did incorporate both letters into one letter of support to the Ministry of Forest, and we're including her information. So you want to do a separate letter of support? I would say that might be a little redundant, but if you want to move the motion.
Well, if I may, Chair, I think it's what's having them in letter is great, but it would imply that they're pretty well balanced. And so I'd then, if we do just write one letter, I would encourage Chair, if you're writing the letter or staff to write the letter, to really look to make sure that it's a balance.
Chair, a point of order, there's a motion and no seconder, and then.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay. I'll second for discussion purposes. Go ahead, Greg.
Thank you,
Okay,
sir.
Director Davidoff, I was tracking that. I was allowing Director Lochtenberg to speak through what he was thinking to see if a motion was necessary. So
Yeah.
please continue, Director Lochtenberg.
Thank you both. Pardon me for not being.
No, that's okay.
So yeah, what I think the point that Dr. Holt has made is absolutely essential. And to my further or to my earlier comments about if we're looking to protect the health of the forestry industry over the long term, we really need to center the ecological perspective. I mean, we've seen a massive decline in forest health across the province over the last 20 years, and it's reaching a critical stage. So if we want to have an industry, a healthy industry in the future, we really need to make it an ecological or ecosystems first approach to forestry. And I think Dr. Holt makes a strong case for that. And so I'd really stress that we elevate so that there's that letter that goes to the ministry is balanced even more so.
Okay, so we have Jackman and Lockwood. What I wanted to articulate is the reason why we referenced in the first business that this letter was also a part of the conversation was so that we wouldn't repeat ourselves, and including the need to diversify and keep those value added components within it was how I was trying to attempt combining the two requests. So that was the approach. I wasn't anticipating we would do something separate. I was anticipating that they are actually connected. So just to be clear with the board, that was the intention of the first letter, was that it was going to include this. So we're not sending two different letters that say two different things. But I'll take the speakers list, the motions on the floor that we write a letter of support as stated there. So on the speakers list is Jackman.
Thank you, Chair. I don't like the idea of writing separate letters. The first concern I have is if I or any of the 63,000 residents expressed an opinion to the board in a letter, that then as an individual, you should write a letter of support for my opinion. Learn it or not, I find that problematic. We were sent something through an organization which has direct ongoing contact around certain programs in the province. That would be the letter that we discussed earlier. A little different process than an individual saying, here's my thoughts, support me. There's too much to dissect there. So I have difficulty with that. And I don't think the board maybe has a full grasp of all the implications of what this specific focus means. So I don't want to take it as a, oh yeah, this sounds nice. I think that's not a good approach as a board. And I don't want to divide the letters because that just creates confusion. And so I can't support a motion to provide a second letter of support for a second viewpoint the way this is being proposed.
Okay, so the speakers list is Lockwood, Popoff, Weatherhead. Director Lochtenberg, can I just ask you to mute? And if you want to close out, I'll come back to you. Thank you. Lockwood.
Thank you, Chair. I'm a little bit confused in this because I unless I'm missing it somewhere, I don't see where Dr. Holt is asking for us to write a letter of support for her. But I do see that she would recommend writing a letter of support, that she would write a letter of support in her letter. So I do think that we captured what the board felt that's going out in the first report. And I also agree with Director Jackman is if we had 10 people that wrote on the same issue asking for a letter of support, is that what we're going to start doing? I think we covered it in the first letter.
Through the chair, I think the request in Dr. Holt's letter is actually to include the points that she's making in her letter in the letter to Forestry BC or Forestry Works BC, I forget their acronym. I think that's what her request is in there, as opposed to a specific letter of support to any organization. I think it's asking for the points that she's making to be included, which was discussed earlier.
So I'm going to actually read what you specifically said. If the RDCK is to weigh in on this issue, I would recommend writing a letter in support of a more diversified future, one that does not continue to put timber over other values. So that's where I felt like I addressed that by the inclusion of her items within the original letter. So that was my goal of bridging those two. And I'm just going to flip back screens. So we had Lockwood pop up.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And I think we've covered, and speaking the same like Director Lockwood and Director Jackman has, we've covered in the first letter the value added portion without being in detail and binding their hands on other issues.
Weatherhead.
Thank you. I support just the first letter that we discussed in the inclusion of to balance this because we have both economic and ecologic crisis right now, that's evident. And the fact that even the old growth deferral has outlasted its 2 years as intended, and there's so much uncertainty in any investment for any forester at this point in time because of stumpage fees and all of the things. So we're just in such a crux of uncertainty that I think that our stance, needs to just be a balanced stance and recognizing and acknowledging both sides, but in one letter.
Okay. Director Lund.
Yeah, I think she's clarified it, but just making sure we're including the value added, meaning economic value added, plus the ecological values, and all that be included.
That was specifically what I was trying to highlight when I looked at her whole letter. Those 2 points seem to be as clear as possible in terms of being aligned with the approach you could take. So that was the original intention of adding those in the first correspondence. Director Lochtenberg, I'll just come back to you as the last speaker.
Yep. Thank you, Chair. And I agree that one letter is the better approach. So I'll vote against my own motion to send a second letter. And I do want to stress, as Director Lund and others have said, that the ecological values be definitely included in addition to the value added components. I think that's really important to keep stressing that there's the economy and there's the ecology, and those 2 have to be seen on equal footing.
So Chair, point of order.
Dr. Davidoff, I'm already going to do what you're going to say. Could you please use chat
Chair,
let me know?
You don't know what I'm going to say.
You want to pull the correspondence, or sorry, pull the motion. Withdraw the motion.
That's pretty good, actually. So I was just going to say to Rick, if he agrees to withdraw it out as a seconder, I agree.
I had assumed. Thank you very much. So Director Lochtenberg, do you agree to withdraw the motion? Okay, we know Director Davidoff seconds that. We're good. We're moving.
Thanks, Chair.
Okay, thank you. I don't really read your minds. I just anticipate. I did want to make one note on 8.3. This is a letter from Tracy Harvey regarding the Cannabis Economic Development Project. This is different than the Economic Council that I know Director Tierney was a member of, which I'm pretty sure isn't functioning so predominantly. So this letter from Tracy Harvey, I just want to let you know, there is a request in there that if there are elected officials that would like to be on those subcommittees, you are welcome to reach out to them. We didn't necessarily want to get into appointments. If the board feels they want to make an appointment, that's something we can consider next month, but read the correspondence as an individual. You are more than welcome to join any of those subcommittees. And Tierney, go ahead.
I was the alternate. Chair, Director Page was the member.
Okay, great, thanks. And I only know that because I know the person who is running it, and it's pretty not happening right now. So this is different.
Well, and if I may, thank you for that clarity, because as I read this, it suggests that there is representation from RDCK and RDCK, but you're suggesting that there's not, it's for something else.
They're referencing actual farmers within our districts and processors within our district. But if an elected official wants to join one of the subcommittees, we didn't assume that we'll just appoint someone as a board member, but you as an elected official can sign up as much as you'd like.
Okay, thank you for the clarity.
Okay, great. Anything else, Tierney?
Just that the council became inactive. It wasn't, the representation wasn't there from original history.
And that was a separate council. So it's repetitive because there's 2 different initiatives. This one is much more formal. So I think it will get more leg in what they're actually doing. The other one was kind of off track. Okay. Communications. Would anyone like to pull any communications? Director Jackman, which one?
9.2, Kevin Journey.
Okay. I'll note that. Anyone else? I'm just going to look to the screen. Any communications? Anyone online want to vote? Nope. Okay. Anyone else in the room? Over to you for 9.2, Jackman.
Yeah, thanks. In the middle of the letter, there's an interesting little comment, EPR agency program operations. reminding us that it's the ministry's role to review and approve the EPR plans. And that agencies, EPR agencies should be dealing directly with service providers in terms of working out their issues. And in the case of the RDCK and Multi-Material BC, a pretty direct connection. We have dealt directly with them, and then of course we go to the ministry, and that's where we had success going to the ministry. In this letter, it also reminds us that there is an appeals or dispute resolution procedure in, it sounds like discreetly, in each of the EPR agencies' plans. So I know our staff fully understand how we get our voice heard and get stuff done in terms of Multi-Material BC. What I've seen is a frustration where we've seen the private industry side dealing with oil, tires, whatever. They may feel something's unfair. We have all probably had some information provided to us as, look what's happening to me and trying to deal with this EPR, this program. The frustration often results in not going to the ministry and appealing or looking for their intervention. It sounds like they just withdraw. And then we have no service, no electronics collection, no oil collection, no whatever. Knowing that all of these plans have a renewal period, review period, where the ministry is looking at it, of course, again, Multi-Material BC, our staff's right on top of it. It would be of interest to me not to heavily burden our environmental services, but for them to be aware, when is the oil plan being reviewed? When is the tire being reviewed? When is this? When is that? And if we see maybe an opportunity that maybe we can assist either the service providers to appeal to the ministry, or maybe there's some other direct intervention. Because we're not gaining any traction on some of these areas. And these private providers, what I see, frustration, they walk away. So I like that middle part of this letter where they remind us there is a process where the ministry will intervene. It's just, we've only been doing it for the Multi-Material BC.
Thank you. I do think that it's interesting because I did read that and I kind of go over it because I feel like we're always engaging them and letting them know what's not working. But there has been recently, the same as being on the speakers list, within CASO and D, we were working quite a bit with the used oil and trying to help them. And I want to acknowledge Kootenay, when they did the household hazardous, I went down with some paint and she was like, we've got to deal with this oil issue. I'm hearing so much from people. So I believe it was our staff that encouraged GFL to come up and do a massive pickup, which they did do at the cost of $2,000 for one outlet that never used to get charged for it. Another one said that once they saw what the bill was going to be, they turned them around because they were actually charging them environmental fees again, which they said, why would you do that? That's what the fees are for. And they're actually collecting residential as well as their business. So I would like to suggest that this is something that perhaps we ask staff maybe at the next joint meeting to give us an outline of what's the best way to encourage and support all the folks who are trying to use these EPR programs that are seeing drastic changes. They did also do the research. No one in the urban areas were paying those fees. So there's a discrepancy. So I'm just gonna ask Stuart quickly, what would you recommend here? I don't know, we need a motion or how would we best?
Yeah, through the chair, I don't think you need a motion, but we can definitely see what we can do for the December joint resource meeting. In terms of, we put it on the discussion item at least and then get some direction at that point.
I think
We've got
that-
some time. There's not, there's been no minister announcement or anything like that. So in terms of a response letter, government doesn't want to receive it.
Would that work, Director Jackman, in terms of a discussion item at joint, and then we can kind of think more about?
I think so. Where we think we would have maybe short-term success if the plan is under review and it's some critical state. Maybe we can help.
Okay, great. Okay, so we'll come back to that one at joint in December. Further discussion, Lockwood.
Sunday, we find out who gets what ministry, so.
Yeah. Sunday or Monday?
Sunday.
Sunday.
Don't know why, but
Okay.
Sunday.
Okay, then, that was it for communications. I didn't have anyone else request to pull any items, so we're on accounts payables. Any questions? Sorry, I went straight to Director Graham.
Actually, sorry, I do have one.
All right. See, again, I don't read your minds, but.
You don't read mine. Yeah, so I have found like the Area E residents typically look at the sundry vendor account, and I was kind of wondering on this particular report why there was two different sundry vendor accounts. There was one on page 4 that had 6 payments for $69,000, And then there was one on page 6 that had 47 payments for 50,000. So I just find it unusual for accounting to have two different sundry vendors for obviously two different things. So that was my first question.
So through the chair, this report's separated in an 80-20 split. So this page 4 would have been the portion of the sundry vendors that are part of the top 80% payments.
Okay.
And then the page 6 is the bottom 20%. So the numbers that made up that second on page 6 would have been much smaller. And then the larger payments would have been in the top half. It's the way that the report's structured.
Okay, thank you. So that does make sense because when you put those both together, and there is on page 20 a summary, sundry vendors, I like that. I think that's great. But in that summary, there's a reimbursement payment that says it's made an error of $49,260. And I thought to my mind that if it was a reimbursement payment, it would be a credit instead of a debit. So it just, and it was a lot of money. It's probably more than most of us make here. On page 20.
Yeah, through the chair, I'd have to confirm the circumstances around that.
Yes, online, I don't know if you can hear or if he's listening. Yeah, did you hear the question?
Nice.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I did. I'm just getting some of the details on that. So we were paid in error, and we reimbursed the payment to the person.
It was a payment to us in error that we had to reimburse.
Yeah, so they paid the wrong vendor, and we received the payment and then reimbursed the person who made the payment.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Any other questions on accounts payable? All right, 11.1 bylaw 2904 Regional Accessibility Advisory Committee. I'll go over to you, Dr. McLaren Co.
All right, I will move that the board directs staff to prepare amendment to the Regional Accessibility Advisory Committee bylaw number 2904/2023 that includes the removal of the Village of McCusk from Schedule A.
Is there a second? Thank you, Hewitt. Discussion.
I remember the day, you can't include the removal, it's gone. But you can remove the Village of McCusk without including.
Do you, are you good with that? Okay.
You met the threshold.
Okay, no further discussion. All those in favor, this is an all vote. Anybody opposed? Thank you. 12.1.1 UBCM grant funding for ESS, equipment and training. I believe this is an annual one, and John is on the line. There he is, John.
Hello,
Welcome.
good morning. Good morning, everybody.
Do you want to, yeah, go ahead if you want to say anything to the report.
Thank you. Yeah, just to summarize, Chair, this is a grant that we've applied for and received a couple of times in the past. It's offered by the Union of BC Ministers under the Community Emergency Preparedness Fund. And the proposal is to use it for some equipment and training for our emergency support services program. The breakdown on the details in the report, but in short, we'd like to buy some new computer equipment, and also by way of training, send some of the volunteers to the provincial ESS conference, which is called NEST, which will be a good networking opportunity for the responders in the RDCK to meet some of their cohorts from some of the other regions and just share some knowledge and expand the network.
Thank you, John. Well, okay, the motion's been moved and seconded. I had a couple questions. I just want to see if there's others on the speakers list before I go. So John, my question is that obviously I got quite familiar with our ESS team up in Keslow this year, and I want to first just acknowledge the public didn't realize that these were all volunteers. And the other volunteers that were working with them were asking like, oh, will they get a stipend for doing what they're doing? And I had to let them all know everybody's a volunteer. They're not paid. And so I just want to first acknowledge the incredible work of our emergency support services this past summer. They were on it. So that's just a note for the public and everybody else or any ESS staff that might be listening in. They are volunteers, and thank you so much. My question is 40,000 the max we can apply for? I noted the 5,000 for supports for our volunteers, and I'm just wondering if there's any way we can increase that, or is there anything we can consider as a support and or incentive? Because similar to our fire departments, it's a really difficult thing to volunteer for, and while we do have good volunteers, I feel like we could have used more. So I'm just curious if that is the max and if there's other things we can do to support them.
Thank you, Chair. That this is the maximum fund which is approved in this offering. I think it's increased. I remember the previous offering maxed out at 30,000, so it has actually gone up this year, which is encouraging. If there was more, we could definitely use it, but the UBCM set the limit at 40, and that's what we're requesting permission to apply for.
Okay. And incentives or supports, do we know if other regional districts are able to, I know ESS is actually more of a provincial program. Do we have other, are there any ways we can support them?
We have some small budget as part of the emergency program funding, which is approved, and we have some other money in there which we use for things like team meetings and training. And I know that some of the other some of the team leads, which we call ESS directors from various municipalities, have also reached out to their local directors and got some discretionary funding to help with things like refreshments for meetings and training events. So we're looking for opportunities, and we're trying to take advantage of whatever we find.
Okay, great. Dan, I see you want to respond to Hewitt on the list and Cunningham as well. And I do provide a development grant to the CASLO team. Dan, go ahead, and then we have Cunningham and Hewitt.
Through the chair, thank you. It's just to add to what John was talking about in terms of incentives. It's a model that we've considered. It's there is some more exploration that we can do in terms of having a stipend for particularly the ESSDs. So the ESS directors that are sub-regional that could then also get an increased amount of incremental funding that would come from EMCR when activated. It's something that we're looking at this year when we're putting continued effort into like how can we expand and make the ESS program more resilient.
Thank you, Dan. That's good to know. So we have Cunningham, Hewitt, Vandenberg, Weatherhead, and just, yeah, go ahead. We have a motion on the floor, but this is all connected. Cunningham, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. And you also referred to it that as directors, we have also contributed to our discretionary fund.
Yeah. Hewitt.
Thank you, through the chair. I just wanted to let you know that our local ESS team presented to the Chamber of Commerce at a meeting that I was in attendance at. And as a result of that, I went to FCM and verbally asked that they be included in the tax credit for the similar to that volunteer firemen and search and rescue get. So, you know, I don't know whether there's anything formal that could come from the regional district to reinforce that, because I've just done that as a verbal. And it seemed to be well received, but to maybe have an official communication is just the timing worked for me to present that. But like I said, it was only on a verbal basis.
We have done that actually.
Oh,
we
okay.
included that, I believe, in our EDMA feedback possibly. I know we wrote a letter suggesting that to at least provide the same tax incentives formally as a board.
To FCM?
Well, no, I believe we went provincial because it's a provincial program, but we could do it to FCM. I don't know what role FCM would have federally. We'll think about that. Can you note that for a sec? I think I'm not thinking through that one, but it's not impossible. We can definitely consider it. Vandenberg.
Yes, thank you. So on the report, John, you part of some of the money is a lot of the money is going to be going to replace your computers, but in your report you talk about replacing iPads with computers. How many units are you talking? What was the life of those iPads, and is a computer, laptop actually more conducive to your type of work than the iPads?
Through the chair, the issue isn't so much the lifespan of the iPads. We have 5 IT kits. Each of them has 5 iPads in there currently, and that was what we spec'd based on the tools that are provided by the Ministry of Emergency Management and Climate Resilience for use by the ESS volunteers. And the iPads at the time were felt to be the ideal device. What we learned this summer during the wildfires response was that the iPads, something has changed with either the operating system on the iPad or with the application that we use to provide ESS services. And the iPads were no longer working properly. And the responders weren't able to complete the full service using the iPad. What we ended up doing during the response, because we had to continue service, obviously, we used people's personal devices, and a combination of some spare RDCK devices. But obviously, that's not an ideal situation. We don't want to rely on people having their own laptops or bringing their own devices because they may not have them available. So the only solution we've been able to come up with in conversation with RDCK IT staff and EMCR's technical people is no longer use the iPads. The recommendation is to move to a different device. So that's why we're looking to replace the iPads with laptops. To me, the iPad was a great device and the perfect tool for this work. Unfortunately, technically, they don't work. So whereas they used to when we first spec'd them about 4 or 5 years ago. So that's the primary driving reason for making this change.
Director Weatherhead. Thank you through the chair. First of all, thank you for this. The laptop have been a real issue, so I'm really pleased to see this, first of all. One of the things with funding the ESS, is because they're not a registered society, then they need an umbrella or a flow through. And I was just wondering if that is the only way to be funding them. In that, is there a more direct way? I know they can't have their own necessary bank account, they're not a registered society, those types of things. So it's just what is the most appropriate way that we can be funding them directly, so as to make it much more easy for them. Any ideas?
I don't know if that's a John question. Dan, go ahead.
Through the chair, thank you. There are other mechanisms. Should the board choose to, we could increase taxation into A101 to help pay for that program more. We try to maximize the amount that we can get from grant funding, considering we're a program, we deliver the program on behalf of the province, but that is to the board's discretion.
I think the question was also that as an organization, the ESS teams are not a formal organization. So when we grant to them, there are some barriers. Although that being said, I believe as an organization, I was able to fund them because under a certain amount, they don't need to be a society. So that's what I was wondering if Stuart had an answer to. I can't remember our funding policy. When we do a grant, what's the threshold for requirement on society?
Or through the chair for reporting?
No, for grant, for qualifying for a grant.
Sure isn't one.
You have to be a society.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. And Tesla must be a society because we funded them. Or find a hosting agency. I believe that was your question, was more the governance structure and how can we fund them? Okay, so Dan, I don't know if you want to add anything to that. I was looking more to the grants policy.
Yeah, through the chair, thank you. Sorry about that. I didn't quite understand that question. So there is that option. I'd be curious to see how other regional districts are actually delivering that ESS program. It's something that we can look into in 2025, whether or not it's an approach for governance. It's also helpful for us to hear about where there are gaps for ESS program and what funding would be required and for what. Because we can also try to help address that through other mechanisms.
Okay. So Director Weatherhead, I would say you could also check with grant staff just around the criteria and other ways it can happen on a short term. But I think what this raises, I see David off thinks, is that it is good to know when we are funding something like ESS, which is also one of our programs, that we include our staff so that they recognize and understand what those gaps are that we're filling in. David off.
Yeah, just a question to Dan on ESS meetings. I know before we had availability to participate remotely, and that's not happening anymore in our sub-region. Is that correct?
Through the chair, I'll invite John Jackson to reply to that. He's more in the details in terms of how the meetings are structured.
Yeah, because I always.
You're talking about ESS meetings specifically?
Yeah, the emergency services committee meetings that we have in our sub-regions.
So those are emergency program meetings. Those are not the ESS meetings. ESS is volunteers. It's not elected officials.
Well, but maybe Dan could explain what meeting I'm referring to because it's confusing.
Go ahead, Dan.
Through the chair, thank you. Well, I'm not sure which meeting you're referring to because
it's the one with all the firefighters and everybody, all the emergency people are there.
That's the emergency program committee meetings, or those are not the ESS meetings. ESS is okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. So through the chair, clarification, yes, you can still attend the EPC meetings. We had explored different membership for that meeting, and elected officials are still invited to that meeting. So you should be getting an invitation for that when they do happen in your area.
Thank you. Thanks, Dan. Sorry about that, Chair.
All good. Thanks for using chat. Director Main, go ahead.
Yeah, just for clarity on the community development grants policy, eligibility, societies, organizations, municipal councils, and RDCK services are eligible to be recipients. So it doesn't require a society.
I believe it does. The first one is society and or.
Societies, organizations, municipal councils, and RDCK services.
Okay, we'll take that one offline. I do believe organizations have to be able to have a bank account in their organizational name. We can't grant to an individual.
Right.
So you still need to have some formal organization to be able to open a bank account in an organization's name, which I think is what Director Weatherhead was speaking to. Okay, so the motion, just to remind everybody that we apply to UBCM's Community Emergency Preparedness Fund for $40,000 for the ESS technology predominantly, but also training and supports. It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. And sorry, we just had discussion, which is why I didn't say discussion.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, John. Okay, 12.1.2. Dr. Jackman.
Sure, thanks. I'm gonna see this, we'll go through, but I want to raise first my questions I brought up earlier. Parallel, this has the assumption that if we get $260,000, it'll go into a contracted services line item. And I'd like it to read similar to the magical wording that Stu and Andrew are gonna come up with later. That perhaps the wording should be that direct staff to recommend where to allocate funds on the expenditure line items. Because I don't think we should take and say 100% of something is for something else. Within this report, we can see there's a lot of eligible ways that we can use this money. It can provide support for staff. It can provide costs related to our meeting our obligations. It can support admin costs. It could support travel. So that's the first point, is that we have this not just get lumped into the consultant line item so they can bid 359.9 and use all the money. The second one is after this recommendation goes through, I'd like to have a conversation about if this is where, because of the gravity of the opportunity that this can provide to finally get elected to elected engagement, that I see this to be a good place for us to strike a select committee. Similar to what we've done before, and something's fairly unique. This is time limited. 2 municipal, whether it be a large municipality, one small village, 2 rural directors, 4 people that would track as this consultant is rolling out and talking, who do we talk to, when do we talk to people, how do we engage? I think a select committee could be an effective way to make sure all of us are content that the balance is achieved. I wouldn't want to see a village saying, oh geez, if we took the $40,000, we'd have done better. That kind of thing. I want to make sure that we track this at every opportunity for us as elected, not to say only the select committee would engage, but to flag opportunities for governance, government to government engagement, that we have 4 of our members here plugged in so that we don't miss any opportunities. This is the best chance for us to build relationships.
Okay, so you have 2
They're
very
separate
diverse things,
and-
so I'm gonna take your second one and park that right now. We're not gonna discuss it at this moment. I wanna focus on the motion. And just note that you're suggesting some type of governance model for how we do this work, so let's separate that for a minute.
And that may be December, Chair.
Yes.
Because there's a lot of other stuff that was due.
So let's go back to your original change to the motion. Go ahead, Stuart.
So through the chair, just some suggested wording. So looking at the second part of the and further. So I'm starting with A101 emergency consolidated services to increase external contribution revenue by up to $360,000. And increase project expenses, both internal and external, by up to $360,000.
I would move that.
Okay. I'll take his notes after, or you can give your notes after to Eden. So that's been moved. Do we have a second? Thank you, Vandenberg. Okay, so let's just deal with that one right now, and then we can look at, I think in December, we can talk about the different functions or the way we can do it. But let's focus on the motion right now. We had Vandenberg, Graham, and then Newell. Vandenberg on the motion. Lockwood is on.
Yes, thank you, through the chair. So within the motion, it's suggesting to write and issue an RFP requesting the proposals interested and so on and so forth. As you read through the report, it's almost like that is the RFP. So I don't know that there's a whole lot of work that needs to be going into it. I just want a little bit of clarity around that. But the other thing that is, I think, should or could be considered here is that in terms of EDMA, the regulations are not coming out until sounds like the first quarter of 2025. So my question would be around if we spend the time to write or confirm what the RFP looks like ahead of the regulations, what is the potential loss or repeat of work when the regulations come out? How will that change or perhaps affect the scope of what the RFP is? So just sort of that cart ahead of the horse thing, I guess I would like to have some clarity on that.
Thanks, Dan. Go ahead. Or Dan, go ahead.
Thank you through the chair. So the first point of Director Vandenberg, yeah, we're almost right there with the RFP. We just wanted to be transparent in how we're approaching the project. So yeah, we've got a lot of the work that's already there. In terms of your question with EDMA and EDMA regulations, the Indigenous engagement requirements did come out last year. So it's something that came out as part of EDMA. And the part that I think will be connected to this particular project has to do with emergency management plans specifically. And EDMA will, through the regulations, will help us understand whether or not they're going to have a template. They may or may not. But either way, it's going to happen later in the year when we get to actually writing out of agreements, if we want to write agreements, and then those connecting into the plans. But ultimately, from an RFP standpoint, it'll be broad enough in terms of scope to say we're writing emergency management plans that are compliant with EDMA. And that's all we'll need to say. And if that means that the timing of that particular phase of the project is a little bit later to align with when the regulations come out, we're aware that we have to align those with the regulations. So definitely not looking to do work that's going to be outdated by the time it comes out.
Thanks, Maria. I just want to check Vandenberg. Dan, there's an actual deadline on the funding we received to be able to do this work, correct? And then this is part of leading into that. So there's certain things we know and have already been required of us. Does this fall within that?
Can you clarify this? Like
the work what's in front of us right now is this motion, this RFP. Yep. This, as far as I understand it, with the requirements, we are required to do this work. It's not something that's going to necessarily change.
That's correct.
Okay, Vandenberg, back to you.
And just a general question as I read through and understand more as I do my research. Do you perceive that there'll be any statutory agreements that will fall out of this? Which is important, and because that requires special permissions for the province to do.
Stuart's got his hand up on that one, Pam.
Through the chair, I wouldn't anticipate anything that would interfere with provincial work. I think that this is really about our local relationships and how our emergency program is going to work with our Indigenous neighbors and the Indigenous groups in the area. So it's really about setting that tone to say, okay, when our EOC is activated, if there's something that should be brought to the attention of First Nations, that we know how we're going to do it, who's going to be involved, how they want to be contacted, what information they need, when they need it. It's going to really start to talk about, okay, what's our approach to doing this, and how do we respect the cultural side of how an emergency might impact First Nations.
So if I may, I'm hearing then no statutory at this point in time. And then, yes, I do agree with the select committee approach.
Dan, you wanted to add something to that? No, you're good? Okay. Directors, I failed to recognize the time, and we have another 5 speakers, so we're at public time. I'm wondering if we would be comfortable in tabling this motion at this time, so we can do public time. It's going to be a bigger conversation. I'm sorry, Dan, that means we'll come back after lunch. You're good? Can I take a motion to table? Thank you, Hewitt. Thank you, Lockwood. Discussion? Oh, postponed. Thank you. I should know that by now. Postponed. Thank you. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. So we do want to respect public time. It's at 11:45. It's 11:48. Sorry, we're 3 minutes late. If you have a question for the board, please do come up. Let us know who you are and ask your question.
Well, chair, staff, directors, public, my name is Hal Wright. I am the senior resident of Sandon, and I'm here to, with my accessibility enhancements, to give you a follow-up on our previous issues here. So at the September board meeting, I raised the issues of large-scale commercial buildings being constructed in the known flood hazard zone without plans, without engineering, without permits, and using public grant money. At the October board meeting, the planning department admitted that the building permit does not exist and stated that a stop work order would be issued. I'm in front of you a third time and confirm that no stop work order has been posted at the site. I also confirm that work is continuing in the interior of the buildings. FOI records confirmed that an RDCK director endorsed grant applications for this project between 2020 and 2022, despite heavy opposition from the Sandon community. BC grant funds of approximately $450,000 were obtained on the basis that this project was shovel-ready. For example, building permits and other approvals obtained or likely obtainable. Not only were the building permits not obtained, but other approvals like floodplain and septic would likely have never been given. The terms of the 2 grants provided to the Sandon Historical Society require that the funds are returned to government if they were obtained through misrepresentation. Not only has there been blatant misrepresentation, but the Society's actions and the RDCK's inaction has opened the door or opened the RDCK up to liability on several fronts. First, the liability. Second, the reputational liability of supporting an irresponsible society. And thirdly, allowing the illegal construction to continue by relaxing enforcement and thereby setting a harmful precedent for the entire regional district. Is RDCK prepared to ask granting agencies to demand recovery of the funds? Is the RDCK concerned about liability?
Thanks,
and this is in writing, and I'm happy to share it with anybody who would like.
Okay, I can't answer those questions. It would be a board discussion and we wouldn't just debate that right now, but if you want to submit it to us, Stuart.
And through the chair, Sangeeta, I think could provide an update on the file because we do have an update on that.
Sangeeta, do you have an update? Go ahead.
Yeah, hi, board chair. So I reported that staff did investigate and we continue to investigate. One complexity that I did not inform is that the property is actually on Crown land. So I'm in touch with the provincial government, or shortly we'll get in touch with the provincial government. I found a name and we'll follow up with them. They are the ones that are responsible for the land, so they would carry the liability and not the regional district, just to answer that point that Al raised.
Yeah. Thanks, Hal. We have other people who will have come up. Thank you. Any other questions from the gallery? And then I'll go online.
I do. Hi, I'm Deb Randall. I'm from Area J. My question is kind of connected to Chair Watson's proposal earlier this year about an inboarding matrix so that the staff can, when projects are coming, they can review them and assess them. So I guess we haven't had an update on that, but in project management, one of the things, not only the inboarding process, but the postmortem. We've had 3 failed referendums. And I think the postmortem after projects is as important as the inboarding. So is that something you would consider? Is that actually a process you guys require from staff?
So in terms of the project selection matrix, that is on the work plan. And so we'll see that come back to us at some point. In terms of the results of something, there are so many different things we do on a referendum. We take that as that's what occurred, and the directors for certain areas will work as they choose to continue exploring options if they would like to. There isn't a simple answer in terms of, it would depend on the project and what the outcome was to determine, is there more work necessary to assess that?
Right, so the failed referendums, right? Don't you think it's important that you understand why they failed? Talk to, set up a working group in each area and talk to the residents, and, you got recommendations from staff that this was viable. And the results, particularly of the garbage referendums, showed that people came out in record amounts, more than they did to vote for the directors. So there's obviously a disconnect between what staff said was viable and what actually happened.
Thanks,
So I don't know, I think it's a really good opportunity to re-examine how you got there.
Thank you. We have other people that would like to ask a question. I do want to note that in terms of that referendum, the directors in those areas have been directly engaging their public. The consultants who did the assessment was in the midst or at the beginning of the pandemic versus when the referendum happened. Costs, there was a lot of reasons we knew, and the directors in those areas did the research to find that out. So specific to that one, there was a lot of work done post to understand the differences.
Yeah, and I think through the chair, we have to remember that the engagement of the public always results in different answers depending on when you're asking the question. And asking a pre-survey up front might give us an indication that something's going to be supported. However, many people might not have participated because it wasn't on the table at that point. It was a, would you consider supporting this? But it's not necessarily happening right now. And then when the question actually comes out to say, yes, we need your input on this bylaw, and we'd like you to know whether or not you want this service, then we get an uptick of about 30, 40, or 50% participation. And sometimes that catches us off guard, absolutely. So I would say that we're always looking for ways to engage the public at that beginning stage and say, look, we really want you to come out now, because ideally we don't want to go spend the money on a referendum if we don't think it's viable. However, when we get the information at that pre-stage that says this could be viable, we bring it to the board and the board makes their decision on whether or not they want to go forward. And particularly for the organics referendum and the 3-stream and 2-stream waste, we did get the indication that it was something the public would consider. So I think it's really about trying to gauge how much public engagement are we receiving at that first stage and whether or not it's strong enough to go forward on. So it is a tough tough process for sure.
Thanks. I'm gonna go to those online to see if anybody or the media would like to ask a question. You can unmute. Hey, Valley Voice, you're good. Observer, Brenton.
Valley Voice, thanks.
Sorry, go ahead, Valley Voice. It's Rachel. Oh, you're good. Okay.
Sorry, I was just gonna say that I don't have any questions. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Okay then, folks, we will break for lunch and be back at 1 o'clock. And at that time, we will continue the conversation on item 12.1.2. Thank you very much. Okay, great, thank you. Hello, Dr. Paisley, good to see you. Welcome back. Director David, are you with us? Hello, good to see you as well. And Director Lochtenberg, thank you so much. Did we have any other directors?
Sound check. You're good?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Thank
Thank
you.
you, Director David. Okay, I'm just making sure we have our directors. We are back. So the first order of business is a motion to put that motion back on the floor. Thank you. Moved and seconded. Thank you. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. And so I'll go back to the original speakers list. And I'm just gonna make sure I know where we're at. We did change the motion slightly. Can you read what the motion was? You had, or Ash? Okay.
So through the chair, just at the last and further, I'm going to start at A101. A101 Emergency Consolidated Services to increase external contributions revenue by up to $360,000 and increase project expenses, both internal and external, by up to $360,000. The rest of the motion remains the same.
Okay, so back to that. We are on that motion. The speakers list I had was Newell, Lockwood, Hewitt, and McFadden. Okay, you can still put your hands up if you'd like, but we're just going to jump right back in. Over to you, Newell.
Thank you. I'm not sure in the report that I read that the said municipalities have agreed to partner with us. And I just wanted to know what status that part of the agreement might be at.
Okay.
Or
Dan.
did I miss it?
Go ahead, Dan.
Thank you through the chair. I think I understood. The question was which municipalities have agreed or what the status is?
Yeah, what the status is of the municipal participation.
Thank you. The directors can look at page 3 in the report where I list the intentions of each of the municipalities. So they don't come with resolutions yet, other than the village of Slocan. So the list is Castlegar, Nakusp, Salmo, Nelson, Crescent, Caslow, and Slocan have agreed in principle to join into the project. Silverton and New Denver are still waiting a decision. Silverton changed CAOs, so I need to reconfirm with that. Similar in Salmo, the CAO did change, and we haven't had a chance to connect on that yet.
Thank you very much. That's what that is.
Okay, so that was your question, Newell. I've added you to the list, maybe. Lockwood.
Thank you. So I did state this at the last time that this was in front of us, this same report, basically, that when our CAO said that we would definitely be a part of this, is that there was questions about how does a municipality staff get, how do we fund the municipality staff to be able to be part of this engagement? And because if we give the whole $40,000, then the municipalities that got that money are now using their taxpayers to fund their staff. So has there been any kind of idea of how that's going to play out?
Go ahead, Dan.
Thank you through the chair. So we've been able to clarify with EMCR what eligible costs are for this particular project. And incremental costs in order to design and deliver the program is an eligible cost. However, cost for staff to participate in the program, same for elected officials, is not cost recoverable. I correct myself, I'm not sure if elected officials are, so I'd have to clarify that, but definitely not staff.
Supplemental, yeah. Supplemental, please. So then what I'm hearing is the provincial government is downloading this onto us to just make work for other people and not build that relationship with is that what I'm understanding is that our provincial government is not wanting to support the local government making these connections?
Dan, you can take that, or I think that that's a political question, but go ahead, Dan.
I mean, through the chair, thanks. I can't speak to the downloading and the interpretation of that, but what I can say is that DRIPA is part of the legislation of EDMA, and therefore we're legislated to do this. Whether or not that's considered as downloading is not for me to have that conversation.
Thank you. Stuart, go ahead.
Through the chair, I'd say it's no different than the housing needs assessment funds that were provided originally. Those were not eligible for staff costs. The amount of time that staff spent on that first housing needs assessment was immense, and we could not allocate any of that original 150,000 from UBCM towards that. So yes, absolutely, it does not consider the staff impact that these projects have.
Can I put you at the, there's quite a speakers list, so let's not to lose track of that, but I'll put you back at the bottom and focus on the motion right now, but it is important. Hewitt.
All right, thank you, through the chair. So I had forwarded again, a copy of the staff report on to CAO Baker, and we had a discussion about it and followed up with some points. Thank you. So he had a few comments that there wasn't really a budget, but you know, maybe it's because at this point it's not determined what the total scope of the project is going to be. You don't know the level of participation. And second was that there might be work that the village must perform in addition to participating in the collective project. So we might not want to commit the full 40,000. And so since the RDCK has to do this through the Emergency Services Department, it was just sort of a note that he'd be curious to find out how the RDCK would fund its Indigenous engagement if all the municipalities didn't participate. And then it was already raised that it was raised that maybe it was just in discussion about the discussion with CAOs, the meeting occurring during the time that the CAO forum was happening. So only, and it says in the report that only one CAO was able to participate. So was there any follow-up? And so that because our CAO wasn't able to give us a clear sense as to what this project would entail. So just want to make sure that, you know, municipalities are, besides being a funding partner, are being looked at as a partner, and we're knowing what's going on and how that flow of information is going to happen. So we're fulfilling our obligations because we're the ones who are getting the funding to begin with, and we would be asked to give that funding to the regional district, which I do understand. I totally understand that the RDCK is the best organization to lead this, and because of, you know, you don't want the multiple engagements, which probably wouldn't be as effective. So anyhow,
So I just want to make sure we tracked all your questions. So the first one was, what's the plan for the budget? How will that be created? The second was in terms of a municipality being able to not participate with the full 40,000, depending on the budget, what they might need. The third was how our CAO is going to be consulted more proficiently, I would say, because it was sharing the CAO form. So I think those were the main questions.
Yeah.
Dan, go ahead.
Okay, well, there's a few parts in there. So I'll address the CAO piece at the onset. So the initial commitment came, or the initial intention to participate came via email. That was at the beginning of the summer. So that would have been in June, if not before. And so it's been a while. We're going to circle back. Obviously, once we have a commitment from the board to move forward on the project, we will be able to get to the CAOs and address, well, first their questions, and then also provide them with the level of resolutions that we'd need from their councils in order to be able to participate and transfer money over. Also, as part of the consulting project, they're going to, part of the scope is going to be to do a needs analysis for each of the participating local authorities to make sure that we're addressing the specific needs of that particular municipality. Speaking about the $40,000, the RDCK, while we are an organization to take this on, given that we want to minimize the amount of engagement that we can do with First Nations due to as a respectful way for the amount of capacity that they have, we do provide, for example, in your case for the Village of Caslow, we provide your emergency management services. So to me, I see that as part of my duty in order to be able to deliver that service, to receive your $40,000 and do everything that we need in order to make sure that the Village of Caslow is compliant with EDMA in terms of the Indigenous engagement requirements. That said, a little caveat for all the municipalities is that, and the regional district, is you have a requirement to spend the funds, as does the RDCK, but this is a little bit different for the municipalities, by March 2025. I've confirmed with EMCR that a transfer of funds to the RDCK would be as though you have spent your money. Once you have done that and we provide an interim report to EMCR, you are then eligible for another pocket of funding in IER for 2025. So I don't have that funding as part of my project plan at this point. If it was of interest to the municipality to keep that $40,000 and do something that builds on the work that we're going to collectively do, I could see that being a possibility. I haven't thought that far yet. The funding was just recently announced, so I haven't thought about it. So outside of that, what I'm really looking for is just a commitment to like a willingness to at least move forward so that we can start the work with the municipalities that are just banging on my door saying we need to get this going because we're unable to apply for grant funds if we haven't done the IER engagement or at least started into that process. So if there are municipalities that are going to not want to participate, that's absolutely okay. At the same time, I see it as my duty if we actually deliver EM services to you. So Crescent, Castlegar, and Nelson, if you don't want to participate, that's quite all right. I understand why you might not. However, the others, I really urge you to at least give staff trust to be able to take the next step to get the ball rolling, have the conversation so that we can have a sense of how much that project funding is going to be, so that we know the scope and scale of the project that we can do internally and with a consultant. Did I miss any questions?
Just want to clarify the acronym IER's Indigenous Engagement Requirements.
Thank you.
Supplemental Director Hewitt.
Yes, first, thank you for your answers, Dan. And second, I will wait for you to reach out to our CAO and then he will make a recommendation based on it. It was never, I don't think, any intent for us to pull out. It's just whether the full 40,000 and how that would look, just to make sure that we're covered as a municipality. So I think you covered that, and in your discussion with our CAO, I think it will be further clarified. So thank you.
Okay, Director McFadden.
Yeah, thank you.
So yeah, I struggle with this for the same reason the last time it came on here is it states in here, and I think Dan, you actually stated as well, that the partnering municipality that you've got a nod from basically, and I have followed up with Mr. Barlow, our CAO, and he has had one preliminary conversation that said, we would be interested in seeing what it would look like and maybe giving some of the funds, but probably not all of them. And this makes it appear that the city of Castlegar has said yes, but we haven't actually had a follow-up. And so I've kind of looked through the timeline. And so the meeting you presented was less than a 2 week. It was basically a 2 week turnaround of, hey, we're doing a meeting for all the CAOs. It didn't work out that they could go. And then there hasn't really been follow-up on either side. I'm sure the city could have followed up too. We've got a lot going on. On either side, there hasn't been follow-up on what does that actually look like, because we do our own as well. Like this isn't something that like you had mentioned, that you provide that service for some of those municipalities. We do our own. And so there are constraints that we need to make sure we're covered for. And so I say all that to say, the question is, how do we go out for an RFP and give you direction to go out for an RFP when we actually don't know how much money we have or what the scope of the work is going to be within which areas. And so I feel like this is, I understand we're under time constraints, but this is the cart before the horse. You haven't had those conversations yet to nail down exactly which municipalities are on board and what parts of their funding they're committing to know what they're getting for that funding. We haven't done that work, so I'm not sure how we go for RFP without doing that work first. That's my question. So I just want to clarify the motion, because this was something that was asked at executive when it first came around, was that this motion gives direction based on the content from the board to say, go and engage those municipalities to find out where they want to be in this process. So staff wanted to figure out the outline, the framework, and then present that instead of a non-starter in terms of what will this look like. So this motion gives direction for staff to go and do that on a more solid basis with the details outlined in the report. So there's more context to it. So that's how I understood it, but I'll go over to Dan.
Thank you through the chair. I tried my best to, I understand the concern, and on this particular report, I did try to further articulate what the process was going to be so that directors could see, municipal directors in particular, could see where and how we were going to be engaging. It's very difficult to draw something up without knowing how much money we're going to have to spend. And at the same time, if the city of Castlegar wants to go and do the Indigenous engagement requirements on your own, that's okay too. You're of course able to do that. The reason that we were trying to do it regionally, I've already articulated. And of course, there's going to be more engagement. And I'm sorry if what we've put into the report seems to be a little bit misleading. It was just a preliminary conversation, like we said, and there's going to be another part to it where obviously the elected officials are going to be able to come into it. I'm in a bit of a bind, to be very transparent, where if I take direction from the board in order to be able to take on certain projects, without having direction from the board, I can't get very far in this project. So I'm in a bit of a loop. So that's why we're back here for another month, trying to see if we can get something moving.
So Stuart has further, and then I'll go back to you.
I just want to draw everyone's attention to the report, the process and timeline. The first item on the process and timeline is January, February 2025. Municipalities choosing to participate will see council resolutions to support the work and funds transfer. So that's the first thing that we're going to do in this project. And if we don't get it or get, village or city willing to say, we're going to contribute $18,000, $20,000, $22,000 to it, that's what we'll work on within that scope. But that's the first thing that's there in terms of that step.
So go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, supplemental. And I totally understand that you get stuck in this in between two worlds, Dan. Like, I have work to do, but I need direction from the board in order to do that work and partnerships and all that. I get the constraints. I guess my feedback would be is the first step should be discuss municipalities what partnership should look like before all of a sudden now we're going to our councils and saying how much money are you willing to commit. Well, we can't do that if we don't actually know what parts the regional district says this is the part we think we could fill for you, or those preliminary conversations, if that makes any sense. Like, so I did read through all this, and I guess it's like it's hard for
us to be able to say, yes, this is the portion we're willing to give to the RDCK, if we're not, haven't had those conversations around maybe what parts make sense, and we haven't had that yet. So if you're assuring me that that's gonna happen, like that, you know, we're saying, okay, what parts of this is what we're planning on doing, what parts make sense, and you're assuring me that that's gonna happen, then I'll support the resolution. I just wanna make sure that that happens first, so that I can be accountable to my council and be able to tell them, yes, I think we should do this. But without knowing that, I have a hard time doing that, I guess, if that makes sense.
I think based on that Dan needed direction from the board to say this is what it's gonna look like before he could go to the municipalities to say, I don't know what it's gonna look like, I haven't talked to the board. So it's, here's what it potentially is gonna look like, give me permission to go to municipalities so that there's some context to what they're considering. And then from there, we figure out what the actual financial contribution is. But within that frame, within that timeline, you have a lot of amenability based on, at least there's a foundation that we can present to the municipalities to say, this is what we're considering, this is the phased approach, this is how we're thinking of it, and there's context to consider, opposed to blank slate. So I think that's how I've understood it, with always knowing that with the municipalities, you have to give the, yes, we're interested, yes, this is what we want this part differently. Do I have that right, Dan? Or anything to add to that?
Yes, thank you through the chair. I would just say, if at some point in the project you want out, that's okay. Like, I don't think we're signing into agreement, you know, anyways, I think if there are points within this process, if the municipality doesn't feel comfortable, even if you get a resolution that you're going to transfer funds, if, you know, the month later you go, you know what, this isn't working for us, I would hope that we can come to a place where we can have an agreement that we can change our minds. I think what's important here is that we're engaging with First Nations in a respectful way. We're being compliant to what EDMA is asking us to do, and we're doing it in a good way as regional partners. So if what that looks like as this process is going forward is that Castlegar needed to rethink its engagement with us, I think that's okay. Like, we'll figure it out. And I understand that you're in as much of a bind as or like, I don't know what that is. It's like the snake eating its tail, where we're trying to figure it out together at the same time, and we don't have all the information we need in order to be able to make those decisions. I get it. And also, City of Castlegar is going to have that extra $40,000 if you're able to spend the current $40,000 by March 2025, which we'll be able to allocate as it sees fit.
Stuart, you wanted to add something?
Yeah, through the chair, I think I'll just make 2 points. The resolution says up to, and municipalities willing to. And the second thing is that no recommendation from this table can bind a municipal council to anything.
Over to Silverton as another municipality. Go ahead, Director May.
Yes.
And sorry, you were good?
Yeah, good.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair. It's no secret that Silverton is in a state of flux and development of a new leadership team. So it says in the report that Silverton, the CAO, needs revisiting, and it's changed even since then. And what I'm struggling with right now isn't so much the amount of money, how much should we give, blah, blah, blah. In order to get my council to approve this, they need to have more information as to what this is. You know, because we've been in such chaos, the lines of communication have not been clear, and so we have not, as a municipality, we have not dealt with this previously, and I would need, Dan, this is to you through the chair. I would need you to be willing to meet, you know, to come to my council and talk about this, or to meet with me and Mayor Gordon and go through what this is as part of the emergency response, et cetera. Because we're totally in the dark about it, and I won't be able to get council resolution until there's more education that's been done. I have already asked that it be on our December agenda. So,
Sorry, Director May, the door, it's loud in the hallway, so I was trying to get someone to shut the door. Thank you.
I have asked that this matter be put on the December agenda, and I would hope that Dan, you could meet with me and Mayor Gordon before that, so that at least two people on our council have information and understanding.
Go ahead, Dan.
Sure.
Thumbs up.
Through the chair,
Yeah.
thank you, sure. Let's schedule
Yeah.
something.
Good, okay, Director Casely.
Through the chair again, because the money was given to the municipalities, aren't we not going to have to do a report as a municipality? It kind of looks to me like back to the accessibility plan. Because the municipality is a separate identity than the RD. Just a question.
Yeah, go ahead, Dan.
Through the chair, yes, you will be required to do, I can't speak to the comparison because I don't know the other program or project, but the municipality technically will be required to do what they're calling an interim report, which shows how you spent your funding. As part of this project, if the director, I can't remember what page it's on, but I do speak to that would be part of this project, that we would write the interim report on behalf of the local authorities that do contribute the 40,000 to articulate that you have contributed the money and then how you've done it, which will be connected to the project plan that's in this particular report.
So Director Casely, I want to just make sure we got that correct in terms of, like, emergency management is a service provided for you by the regional district. And so technically Dan is your staff on that. And with this funding, he would write the report on behalf of the Village of New Denver, as well as any other municipalities participating. It is quite different than the accessibility one in terms of jurisdiction specifically. This funding allows the RD to do that for its member municipalities that participate. Is that correct, Dan? Yes, okay, so back to you, Director Casely. I just want to make sure that was your question, and
yeah, that's good. Thanks, Dan.
Okay. Vandenberg.
Hi.
Hi, how's it going?
Yes,
Thanks so much.
so thank you. And so while I understand that the RFP is kind of it's been written in somewhat into the report, I'm hearing we just need permission to walk ahead and proceed a little bit more. We're going to decide that the initial funding, what I'm hearing is more funding. So here's your $40,000 now, but you get to apply for more later. So it kind of makes me wonder, well, how much is this whole thing going to cost? And what that boils back to is the sooner that we get the RFP priced out and that back to us, do we not then understand what the entire scope of this is going to be? Which I think is kind of important. Secondly, before we need to have some assurance that our municipal partners are comfortable with and are going to participate at a certain level. What is that going to be? Because whatever shortfall there is, may fall back on the rural side, don't know, has not been addressed yet. But the big thing is, how much is this thing expected to cost? When we're all said and done, is there another big RFP that has to go forward? And why is there more money that's being offered and available? Some uncertainty in my world as to where this is really going to go, and need to know that the partners are on board or not, and what is the RFP initially going to cost? Good to know, and what's going to happen after that point in terms of meeting our obligations. So kind of don't know if I'll leave it at that.
Dan, go ahead.
Okay, I'll try to address those, and if I've missed some, Director Vandenberg, just let me know. So the RFP is going to not cost any more than the funds that we have. It's hard for me to tell you how much it's going to cost because I don't know how much we're going to have. We're going to spend as much as we have to that maximum. And I think one of the things with this project is that it's not necessarily a project that is like a checkbox of a thing to do. It is a way of being and working with First Nations in the regional district of Central Kootenay, between the local authorities and the Indigenous governing bodies that are here and the First Nations who are here. So it is part in recognition to what Director Lockwood was talking about, where the province has recognized that this is an extra piece of work that regional district and local authorities need to take on, and they wanted to compensate that with funding. So that's where that money is coming from. It's not that there is an X that says this is how much it's going to cost. It's that they're saying this is a big amount of work in order to implement DRIPA into the work that we do on a daily basis, into my personal work plan, into my team's work plan on an ongoing basis from year to year. They've recognized that. They said, we're going to give you $40,000 a year per local authority at the onset. And now we're into, they've told us that we're going to get that for a second year as well, if we're able to complete and disperse the funds within the first year. So that's as far as I can speak to that at this point. But my intention would be to maximize the amount of money that we can spend because we have it.
I want to also answer some of your questions around scope, because the last conversation we had, the board directed to look at a phased approach to it. And so if you look in the report, it goes through all those phases. That would be the current scope. The catch on the next funding, and also letting municipalities know that as soon as they've, if they partner and they come to the RD, once they've done that, they are now open to apply for a next level of funding that, depending on what comes through in that work in the phased approach, you might get an action item. You might get something else you need to do that is beyond the baseline consultation outlined in that scope. So that's what the other funding is available, is to recognize this isn't a A to B conversation. This is an A to, we don't know where it's going to go because consultation does that. So that's why the next round of funding, the province is saying, we recognize we're asking you to do this. And so they're going to continue the funds. And the scope is essentially those phased approach in the report. So I just wanted to make sure that that was answered.
Okay, kind of. But I see in here 5 phases.
Yeah.
We're not to exceed the magic number of 360. Okay, or whatever our partners suggest that we have. We don't know that yet.
Yeah.
Nor do we know what the RFP is really gonna cost. It's all laid out, but we haven't thrown it out there to consult to find out that it's not gonna cost us 700,000, or it's not gonna cost us 150,000. We don't know that. So I guess that's my reluctancy here, is understand where our partners are at, number one, and what is the cost of the RFP coming back? Number two, you have explained that once we finish our 5 phases, if there's anything more that come out of it, we have additional funding to take care of that, is how I'm reading this, is what I'm hearing.
And municipalities can also apply on their own after that point if they have their own specific thing they want to do.
Okay.
And knowing how much the RFP is has a lot to do with first knowing your member municipalities who are participating in any other changes they might want to make to that scope. So you wouldn't go to RFP now and say, but we don't know who's all participating. So that's part of that, again, that kind of mouse game.
No.
So the first step, as indicated in there, is to work with the member municipalities. Are you interested? This is what it looks like. Any changes? And then from there, you can build a much more concrete RFP to say, this is what we're doing. Graham and then Lund, I do have Lockwood for a second time, just noting, I'm just making sure I'm sticking with people who haven't spoken yet. So Graham, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So through the chair, so my understanding from what I'm listening here and what I've read is that the municipalities must spend their 40,000 by March. Okay, does the regional district have to spend their $40,000 also by March?
Yes.
Yes. So would we then be spending our $40,000 on creating an RFP is my question.
No, I don't think so. Go ahead, Dan.
There's 2 parts of that. We're asked to, we are asked to spend the funding by March 2025. If we do not, they don't take it back. What it means is that we're not eligible for funding into the $40,000 that we would get for funding into or sorry, it's more than 40,000, but the funding that we would get into 2025 for the regional district. So it's, what was the second part, Director Graham? I'm sorry.
Would that be used to fund the RFP, the creation of the RFP? I don't believe so. I believe that's staff time.
Thank you through the chair. There is, so that could be considered incremental staff time, and it can be considered partially. The amount of time it's going to take to write an RFP, as Director Vandenberg pointed out, a lot of it is already, I think it was Vandenberg, I'm sorry, is already in the board report, so it won't take an incredible amount of time, but there is a component to it that can be used towards that. Or the discussions that we need to do with the different municipalities, visits to council and so on.
Supplemental, if I may, you have also put forward an option 2, which is to pool the funds and run the project internally without an RFP or consultant. What would that look like?
Thank you.
Go ahead, Dan.
Thank you through the chair. I was just reminding myself of what option 2 was. What that would look like is I would then be coming to either the Emergency Program Executive Committee or the board and asking them what they don't want us to do in the rest of our work plan. We are at full capacity on our team at this point. So it might look like getting more staff in order to be able to deliver the program. So it'd be about bringing somebody internally instead of hiring a consulting firm externally. Most likely, but I haven't done that full analysis yet.
Len.
Sure, I just thought I'd share, so the Village of Slocan already has a resolution supporting pooling funds for the regional district, and the rationale in the conversation that we had at our table was that participants or RDCK oversees emergency management. This work really falls under that emergency management purview, and we don't have capacity. It really just makes sense that our partner, that the RD does the heavy lifting, and that we're cooperating as a shared service participant. So thought I'd share that for the other small villages who likely have the same capacity issues as us. That there's no way we would spend $40,000 by March to do this work, and we're gratefully would love to pool and support a better process for the regional district.
Thanks, Director Lund. So Lockwood, for the last, or to close it out, that's it for the speakers list.
Thank you. So I have a couple of things, because I think that some of my questions have been answered throughout, but I just want to make sure that I have it right as I go through this in my mind, that the municipalities still are responsible for writing an interim report, although the RDCK staff will write that report and put Village of Salmo on it. I see you nodding, so that is fair. And my other question was that I don't think that's been answered yet. I've heard that there's gonna be more funding if this first part is done, but do we, as everybody, do we have to, I know we just got this money given to us to make sure that we did this work. But do we have to apply, or because we did the first phase, you automatically get it? Or are they gonna make us apply for the funding the second time?
Go ahead, Dan.
Through the chair, I have, we didn't apply for the first time. All we had was an agreement that came from the province that we had to sign, and then we had, all local authorities had to say how they were gonna spend the money. So to me, it was, I think 9 check boxes in terms of an application, easiest application I've done since I'm in this job. So but I can't speak to how the province is gonna do it next. They haven't, I have not read that anywhere in how they're gonna do it yet.
I think what they've done is they just said, we won't do a one-time funding, we're gonna continue the funding. Generally, what we understand is that if you have not spent the current funding, you do not qualify to apply for the next round, is the only thing we're aware of. What you can do with it, all that will be what the province will eventually announce.
And my last thing, and this is maybe a Stuart thing, is in the whole resolution, when it says amendment to the 2024 financial plan, and then it says up to 360. How do we write that in a financial plan up to 360,000? Because it might be 300,000.
So through the chair, I think we would wait until we've got the commitment from the municipalities and how much is coming, and then we make the amendment of the financial plan.
Okay, thank you.
And we all understand the amendments in the 2024 because that's when the funds were received, so we just have to see what that total is.
Okay, thank you.
All right, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. BC Watershed Security Fund. Thank you, Dan.
I'll move their recommendation.
Okay, thank you. We have a second. Thank you, Director Main.
Vandenberg, go ahead.
Right, so this is kind of interesting. I've never seen this before. Did a little research on it, and my question is quite simply, what is this? What is the opportunity here?
So this was what we gave direction to apply for funding to do with Yakanuki on the watershed sustainability planning. And because we were approved under that grant, we now need a motion to give authorization to sign. So that direction was given, I believe, in September at the board.
Okay, and the details of the water sustainability plan is also in September as well, because I couldn't find it.
It was in the CFLAC agenda originally, and then it would have ended up at board. Paris, go ahead. Where's that report?
Hi, yes, through the chair, it was actually in our June meeting. Discussion.
Go ahead, sorry.
We had discussion of making the application at that time. There was, we received direction from CSLAC to proceed. And yeah, I can provide details of the application if that's of interest. I will be also providing an update in December at CSLAC.
So if we can just, so the report's in the CSLAC agenda for June?
It is, yeah.
Yeah, so that's where you find it, Director Vandenberg.
Right, so, and if I may?
Yeah.
So you want me to agree to something before I've had a chance to understand what sustainability means? Because I need to go back.
You already approved applying for the funding for this project. The funders have said, yes, you're approved. This is the authorization to say, I can sign that and the corporate officer can sign that. So you already approved applying for this.
Okay.
Jackman?
Yeah, back when we did look at the report earlier, and I had asked a question at that time about whether we're viewing this similar to the last conversation. This is no flow through money. We're gonna give it all, say, to Yakanuki. Need to consider what's gonna be done with this fund. Are we gonna do public consultation engagement directly? Do we have any eligibility to cover any of our costs or whatever? So I think Paris had given a little bit of a breakout. Yeah, we might have to think of where this money lands. But my understanding, this is not a flow through grant. This is back and forth, and by December, hopefully we'll see how much is gonna be held by the RD to cover our costs and how much Yakanuki will need, because they will need capacity to engage more fully. So I don't know if there's a hint of that now or wait for December.
I would suggest we have that conversation in December when we have more information. But Paris is unmuted. Paris, is that, I heard you say in December, you're presenting to CFLAC what this looks like and those details. Is that correct?
Yes, thank you through the chair. I have the details in front of me as well, so I can give the budget breakdown, but a full report is coming in December.
I would prefer we do it at the committee where we have the space to go through the details. This is approving what we already said we would do. So we can fine tune that in a discussion, and anyone's welcome to that conversation. You would be on that committee.
If I may, the reason I focus on it, in a board report on the last item, it had the generic words that Stuart said we should put in the motion, the last motion. But in the motion, it said it will become consulting money. But I just want to make understand that on every one of these, every time we take money, it's not all flowing through somewhere else. And on that last item, you will see that non-alignment of what the report said. The money will be a line item for whatever expenditures versus consulting. This is very important. I think the level of engagement that we have to go through, and any eligible staff time that can be recovered needs to be recovered. And again, maybe there will be future money. I view that last item as maybe we're foolish thinking that we shouldn't just do not the whole program to get as far as we can and then just wait for the next allocation of money. I'm worried when we say we're going to commit our core staff time, potentially pushing off other work without saying this is all we can do. Provincial government, we got 10% of the way to what we wanted us to do, and now we need more money. This governance project is huge. This is just a little corner of the regional district. I want to make sure our staff, if we need to bring in part-time staff or other people on long-term positions, that we do it. And not have these initiatives push everything else off. And the only way we'll know that is if we clearly see how the money's gonna be, how the burden of work is gonna be divided or portioned between the various stakeholders.
So again, I believe that's gonna be outlined in December.
Wait, but
This motion for now is not doing anything that would counter what you're suggesting, as far as I read it. Okay. All those in favor? Oh, sorry, David off.
Yeah, I just wanted to make a comment. When I read the agreement, because it was a huge amount of money, and I'm going, wow, I wonder if we can access this for our purposes, and obviously we can't. But the key, like, well, we could, and if we meet the terms, but I think that it says in the document that there are challenges with even implementing and utilizing this, like, this grant money. So I don't think this is going to be a hurry up thing. There's going to be a lot of time spent on this. So that's just an observation. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Okay, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Are you opposed, Lockwood?
No,
Okay.
sorry, I was trying to do two things at once.
Okay. Okay, and then of course, anybody who's interested in that conversation is welcome to our Sustainability Committee meeting in December where we can get into the details. For information, RDCK quarterly report. Are there any questions for Mike? Or anyone else? Director Graham?
Thank you. So through the chair, so we've been told we're going to be getting a new format, that there's a new format coming in. I was just wondering when we would be seeing that new format.
Through the chair, we're hoping in the first half of 2025, we're working on it.
Thank you.
Okay. I'm not seeing any other questions. Thanks, Mike. Discretionary grants. So we have some corrections there. Anyone like to move that motion? Assuming you've all verified this is correct. Yeah.
Through the chair, Director Pendergraft, would bring up a good point that I accidentally had put these SLOCAN applications under Area J. So the W.E. Graham Community Service Society in the spirit of SLOCAN committee are to be allocated to SLOCAN.
SLOCAN, yeah. Okay. The application actually is from the village of SLOCAN, so
yeah.
Even if we got the motion wrong, but good catch. Sorry, someone made that motion? I saw hands, Lockwood. Thank you. Further discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. 12.3.1.2 discretionary grant amendment for Area J.
I'll move it. It's just tidying up some names by the looks of things.
Okay, do we have a second?
Sure.
Thank you. Any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Community Development Director Weatherhead will go to you, so we have to make a change.
Yeah, although I'd like to move the motion, but remove the Area K grant at this time.
Thank you. Is there a second? Thank you. Discussion? Yes, go ahead, Director Weatherhead.
No, I'm so sorry. I just gapped.
You're just ready to vote?
Put my hand up.
Okay. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. So financial service grants, I am sorry if you're looking at a paper copy. If you go to eScribe, that's where the motions are. So I am going to do that. These are ones that were just missed in, which is usually in June. Stuart, can you just?
Yeah, through the chair. So we had some new financial service grants this year. There's a couple of them that aren't, that weren't on staff's radar for the June listing. And this cleans up 5 of them, I believe it is 4.
There is.
4, City of Castlegar and 3 for the town of Creston.
Yeah. Would anyone like to make that motion? Thank you, DeBoon. Do we have a second? Thank you, McFadden. Any discussion? All those in favor? Oh, sorry, Lockwood.
I just have a question, is where is the actual motion? Because it's not on iScribe.
It's on eScribe. If you,
I don't see it.
if your vote's arrow is to the side, you just click it to go down and then you'll see the motion.
I'm actually under the calendar because eScribe wouldn't turn back on. So I went in the calendar and.
Do you want me just to tell you what they are?
Yeah, there's nobody here. I don't know if anybody's listening.
Okay. It'll be in our minutes.
I can't hear a word you're saying.
Okay, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. They were all technically approved under the financial plan. This is the actual contribution. Go for it. I need to go back there. Okay. So chair and CAO reports. Okay. I failed to think of anything for open for chair report. I think the main one is just I finalized the TELUS briefing on landlines. I want to thank those who got back to me that may have had similar issues. And I did not include anything from any of that because it was predominantly not related to landlines and more to cell and internet. And so I had 5 different people edit the briefing, including our staff, Kin, Castle Infinite Society, and a few others. So once the meeting is granted, I will make sure that I'm gonna say when we get the meeting, because I like to think positively, I will raise the internet and the cell phone issues, but as secondary items, because when I wrote the briefing, it was getting too confusing to add more details in. And I specifically wanted to address the zero communication potentiality when you're in the Largo Valley. So just to let you know that I did not include those directors know that I did not include that stuff, but we will talk about cell service and internet once we're meeting with them. I'll also note that Nelson started an article. I'll just say what Telus responded with was not accurate. And CBC and I and Kin are speaking next week. Cunningham.
Thank you. Does the CRTC have a role in this? Don't they charge it, tell us?
So in the briefing, you will see that we're going to the ministry, the federal ministry.
Yeah.
But when it came to Kin and the porting process, they did go to the CRTC. They were rebooted to a different entity who then put them back to CRTC. And the gap is that there is no complaint mechanism for small ISPs to say the larger groups who actually control the infrastructure are not completing a process. So that is why they came to us at the same time as the landline issue. So that's why I combined the two. So at this time, we'll speak to the feds and see where they redirect it. But as far as we can tell, no, there isn't anything there.
And if I may, as supplementary, and as FCM,
Director Hewitt's already taken it to FCM, and sorry, I should have mentioned that. She got the briefing as well, and it's on their BC caucus next Monday. Yeah.
Thank you.
And I think, I don't know my calendar, if there was something else. I don't think there was anything else. That was the main thing. I included the briefing in the addenda, so I'm sorry I didn't get it to you sooner. There's just a lot of edits happening. Okay, let's do Rural Affairs Committee. Sorry, was there any other questions for me?
CEO report.
He doesn't have anything.
I don't have anything open yet through the chair.
Rural Affairs, go ahead.
Hey, thank you. Sometimes we have 10 or 15 items to bring to board this month. We only have 2. So I'll move first. Oh, and we did not have any in-person delegations with respect to any land use applications yesterday morning. Getting rather unusual. So the first recommendation that I'd like to move is in electoral area G, it's building bylaw contravention to cancel the notice untitled. So I move the corporate officer be authorized to remove the notice untitled relating to the property as described. Since the RDCK building department has confirmed that the building permit has been obtained, the deficiencies associated with construction have been rectified.
Second that one, thank you. Any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed, carried.
And the other one that we have is an application for an infrastructure planning grant for the Window Irrigation District Asset Management Plan. We have an opportunity twice a year to submit applications. If we have a regional district system, we submit on behalf of our own systems. We have none at this time, so we are submitting on behalf of the independent irrigation district. So I move the board directs staff to submit an infrastructure planning grant program application on behalf of the Window Irrigation District for the Window Irrigation District Asset Management Planning for the consideration during the December 2024 intake, and further, if the application is not immediately successful, then to submit again upon subsequent intakes.
Is there a second? Thank you, Director Vandenberg. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Okay, so for 14.1, I will go to you, Director Davidoff. I just want to let the directors know what the delegation process is, because there were some questions around this. Our delegation, people who would like to be a delegation have to fill in an application. That application is on our website. So anytime anybody wants to suggest that so-and-so should come and see us, there's an outline of what the basic criteria is, there's an application. The executive reviews those applications. And as you would have seen with the most recent one, if we decline one, we have to inform you as to why. And so that's a delegation process, and everybody must go through that. There is no skipping that. I think within MLA, we once told them they didn't have to make a delegation request. But other than that, just to be clear that this is not to supersede the delegation application process. So Director Davidoff, over to you.
Yeah, I'd like to move the motion, and if there's a seconder, I'd like to speak to it, please.
Moved and seconded. Go ahead, Director Davidoff.
Okay, so thank you, Chair. So when we were going through our climate action planning, one of the things that we did is that we said that we should be looking at the polluters to pay for our climate action initiatives. And there is a West Kootenay Sioux Big Oil campaign and organization. I believe they've attended at least one municipal council meeting and with a proposal about joining. I did ask Stuart to follow up with municipal legal counsel, and I don't know, Stuart, if you can share that in open or we need to discuss that in closed.
Through the chair, the question was, is there any ongoing litigation? And the answer is no.
Okay. So basically, West Kootenay Sioux Big Oil then is working on a class action lawsuit to sue Big Oil to pay for the damage that their products have caused. And there's a big tobacco settlement that just happened with a huge amount of money that Canadian provinces are benefiting from. And I'm sure that was not a short haul process, probably extremely long haul. So the motion is to invite the reps to come do as a delegation and present how we could potentially become involved.
Thank you, Director Davidoff. So discussion, Director Lockwood, go ahead.
Thank you. And through the chair, my biggest concern is about in this motion is inviting somebody. I don't think that that's what this board is about, as you had stated before, is that if somebody wants to come and speak to us about this, then they have that every right, but I'm voting against this motion about inviting a delegation, period. Doesn't matter what delegation, I don't believe we should be inviting.
So Chair, point of order.
No, Director Davidoff, I will respond. Thank you. Lochtenberg is on the list. So just to clarify, this is not inviting them to be a delegation. This is inviting them to apply to be a delegation. And honestly, this motion is not necessary because Director Davidoff could have simply sent them the delegation request. Any of us can do that, and I have done that with agencies who I recognize they were doing some work that others might want to hear about. So we can always say, here's your delegation request link. Sorry, Stuart, did you put your hand up? No. Okay.
Okay, so
We'll put you on the list, Davidoff.
Okay, thanks.
Lochtenberg, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. This is more of a question for you or for staff about the process in which a director who believes in an issue or who is maybe even wants to initiate a delegation to come, whether is there a process for that, or is the process simply, to encourage them off the outside of the table to come? It's a question, more of a curiosity.
Director Davidoff, if you can mute, please, it messes up our sound if someone's unmuted. We've got you on the list. Thank you. So for the whole board, anybody who would like to be a delegation can go online and apply through the delegation request form. We generally do not have motions that invite somebody to come and apply as a delegation. This is an anomaly. It doesn't mean someone can't put that motion forward, which Director Davidoff did. The point here is that procedurally, it does not skip the application process. So essentially, it would be following up with them saying, here's the application process, which is not necessary. They could just apply. So procedurally, generally, you would not do this, I guess is my answer. You don't need a motion to do this. And then the application process is as stated where it comes to the executive. We review it if it meets certain criteria, which is outlined in the delegation request website or the page. Then we'll approve them. If it's not, we inform you immediately. I think it's within 24 hours that we declined and why we declined. So we did that most recently with one.
Okay, Chair, point of order.
Director Davidoff, please let us continue our conversation.
Chair,
No.
Yeah, I don't think you can dismiss a point of.
What is your point of order?
What is your
Point of order is that we passed a motion in the climate action plan
That is not a
process.
point of order. That is not a
Nope,
point of
just-
order. Director Lochtenberg, I'm gonna go back to you.
Chair, I need to finish.
That is not a point of order. Point of
It
order
is a point of order
procedure.
because in the motion, we said this is what we should be doing.
That is not a point of order. That is context. Point of order is procedure. I will put you on the speakers list. That is where you are. Lochtenberg, back to you. Thank you.
I'm good, Chair. I was just looking for that clarification. Thank
I'm so sorry. Did we answer your question, Director Lochtenberg, about the process on delegations?
Yes, Chair. Just for clarity, what I was looking for, and this addresses it. I think I'll have to go and do the research here and look at the procedure. But if a director wanted to initiate or was wanted something to happen, does that fit into the consideration of that delegation, or not? Or is there a set criteria that you would review?
There is a set criteria and it's not in policy, but that's where if you look at our delegation request page, it'll outline the baselines that we as executive would use to say yes or no to a delegation. And other directors have just indicated, hey, these guys should come, and they send the request form in. So you can either do it as a motion, which is the first time I've seen this. You don't have to. You can just send it saying to an organization, please apply as a delegation. I think the regional district should hear from you.
Thank you.
I just want to make sure your question was answered. Benberg.
Yes, actually, I think the conversation has been answered as well. If that's the case, anybody can come through and utilize the process. This is not necessary.
Correct.
So I'm not going to support this.
Okay. It doesn't mean they still can't apply to be a delegation.
Absolutely.
Okay.
But this is a little bit unusual, and I don't support it if it's not our normal procedure.
Okay, so back to you, David. I'll hear the last on the list.
This was an action item that was part of a resolution when we did our climate action vote, which was 11-9. And the bottom line was that one of the action items was to look at suing big oils and other corporations, suing the super polluters to try and access super polluter funds to pay for the damage being caused. And big tobacco was one of these that have worked. So the
Director
bottom
David,
line,
you're not actually speaking to the motion. The motion is to invite them as a delegation.
So basically-
The context of what they would discuss would be post the delegation.
so the key thing is that we're making a statement here that this is what we're doing, and my constituents who are very much in favor of this want to see this as a motion, and it's a statement that we're making, that we're going to look at every option to assist us with payment for damage done by super polluters. And it's not a procedural issue. This is an action statement.
Your motion is specific to a procedure. That is my point.
Okay, I get it, Chair, but I think you understand what this is about. And I got advice on this, by the way.
Okay. The motion is to invite them to fill in a delegation form, which approved or not, they could still do, just to be clear. All those in favor? 1, 2, 3. Are you in favor, Director Davidoff?
I sure am.
Okay, let's see your hand. That's what voting is. You put a hand up. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Those opposed. Motion fails. Again, reminding anyone can still fill in a delegation request form. They could still do that, Director Davidoff. Okay, 14.2, Mike did want to speak to this motion. I know Director Page is not here, but Mike, do you want to go ahead and you want to just speak to this?
Hi, yeah, through the chair, as the board contemplates providing this direction to staff, you should be aware that this is something that's been on staff's radar for several years now, and we were planning on bringing some policy amendments forward early next year anyway, so this would help us prioritize that work. And, insofar as the board has recognized that maybe the current policy is getting in the way sometimes, certainly staff have recognized similar and have a number of ideas on how we can improve that and plan to bring those forward.
Okay, so this motion is helpful. So Director Page is not here. Director Lochtenberg or anybody else want to move that motion? Director Main, Cunningham, thank you. Discussion? We're good. Thanks, Director Lochtenberg. Discussion. Here on the table.
It's fine. No, it's obvious.
Okay, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Okay, we've done public time. I will call for a motion to wait.
Director reports.
Oh my God, I even wrote it in. I need a highlighter. Okay, my bad.
They're here.
Okay, so
Yeah, I thought we were gonna.
I use my handy little list here, friendly reminder, because it's been a while, or I guess we did them when I was gone in September. So 2 minutes max. We will have a little timer going. We won't do a hard stop, but if you can look at me and I'll do this when you're at the 2 minute mark, just so you know. And I will start with, how about we do the folks online first? And then we'll go through the list. Director Caseley, how about you go ahead?
Yeah, we're have a new pump house now and bringing the pump house online. Our stage in the park is getting closer to being finished. And we're moving ahead with a bunch of other initiatives for our Memorial Center, the Nickeye Memorial Center, and that's about it.
Thanks, Director Caseley. That was, you got another minute 50, but we're good. Okay, Director Davidoff, go ahead.
Yes, and I have a John Horgan story. So apparently a news report said that kind of sign of in his last moments, he made the Star Trek sign, live long and prosper. So John, thank you. And hopefully we all do live long and prosper. So it was a shock to hear that he passed away. And another thing, somebody asked him for money once, and he says, "You're talking to the wrong guy. You think the premier's got power over money? You got to talk to Carol James, Minister of Finance. She's the chair of the Treasury Board." He says, "Go talk to Carol, not to me." So that's that. You may have driven by the Terry's Community Hall and seen horses running. The mural. So Tyler Taves, Canadian Murals, did that for the Terry's Community Hall Society. And that is that wall was the remnant of the historic stable that was there. Like it's 100-foot wall, and the thing is, you need like I don't know how you'd even remove it. It's so big and thick, but it's brought the spirit of the horses that lived or that stayed in the stable back to life, and our hall is coming back to life, very similar to what Tom's done with Tagum Hall. So I shouldn't say Tom, the community with support from us. So the piece of work, the mural is called Spirit Horses. So when you're driving by, take a look. Thank you.
Thank you. It is a beautiful mural. Director Lochtenberg. No report?
No reports.
Okay, thanks. Okay, so now I will go to the list and I'll start at the top. Director Jackman. Top, just because it's alphabetical by his area.
AB4 Z, sure, thank you. On community members, mine's top these days is probably access to cross the lake on the Kootenay Lake Ferry. There was an LRD conversation during yesterday, understanding another one, and maybe we will get some clarity to what people see as inequity and a much more deep impact than it was 5 years ago, the last time we had the disruption. Can't possibly go into all the details in a couple of minutes, but it's a big impact to people who cannot afford to miss a day of work, let alone leave for 2 weeks, or stay overnight with hotel and expenses so they can work. And there are a lot of people crisscrossing. Leave that there. On the other side, we're getting ready for transit expansion hours because Tom Gould's come and given us a briefing. We have been tagged for a 750-hour expansion, maybe get, ironically, a bus to the Kootenay Bay Ferry Terminal, which is a key connecting hub normally. So we have two community bands that are moving around the community right now, trying to establish what patterns people want, where do they want to go, where do they want to go. We don't have the health connections access where we are. Maybe that's one of the things that would be focused on, in addition to getting back and forth to our clinic. And along the same line, there's been a lot of positive activity through, we've got Better at Home, Health Connections, Rural Health Matters, who the current president actually lives in the area in Great Creek. A lot of activity trying to funnel money through United Way and community support, aging at home, aging in place. Really good stuff has been happening lately, so that's positive for our area. The other thing that I've found is curious, 25 seconds. When we use it right of ways, we have this conundrum. We have a lot of people with vehicles that are housing. People have nowhere else to live on right of ways, and we have other abandoned derelict vehicles and literally trash and right of ways. We're trying to sort it through. Interesting little note that of course Area D and I'm sure elsewhere, before the snow flies, we're trying to get the dangerous derelict vehicles off the road so we can plow the snow. Top of mind this time of year for people. It says stop, stop.
Thank you, Director Beckman. Director Tierney.
Yes, I'm working with the Columbia Basin Trust, new community liaison officer, Aaron Burke, and organizing 2 meetings, one in Yak and one in Kitchener. Have 12 people from each community chosen, volunteered to come out and sit on a panel, a board to discuss with Columbia Basin representative what the priorities were for the community, and just talk about the vision of the community going forward. And yeah, the 2 communities are quite excited about it. And recently, water ULI's staff came out and gave a public presentation on the alternative water system in Creston. It was, I think, well attended, probably about 50 people, 60 people, and quite well received. And I just wanted to do a shout out, thank you very much for bringing that to the public.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Next, I'll put myself last. Director Graham.
I'm gonna need 2 minutes.
See? Oh, I checked you off already. Yeah, I didn't mind. I knew exactly what you were gonna say.
Did you?
I didn't. I'm so sorry. I just checked you off and walked on. I'm sorry.
Sorry for the disruption, everybody. But and of course I follow up AV and so they've taken a lot off, but the alternative water supply is kind of an agriculture related, but I do want to remind people that we are very much interested in having a preliminary report come back to us here shortly on the Crescent Valley Airport Authority Master Plan. That is a very important piece of business and it's an economic development driver for us. So we're very anxious to see coming back towards the end of this month or beginning of December. What that's going to look like. Additionally, we had our invitation with YRV and Modi to get ready for winter conversation. In that meeting, I'd like to say we planted some seeds with Modi to look at traffic safety, a traffic safety review for Highway 3A, particularly between Crescent and Crawford Bay. It's a high tourism, high GDP area. We have a lot of people that love to use that roadway, but we're a little bit concerned about the safety. And not only is it a signage opportunity, but been planting a seed with Modi. Maybe there's some engineering and some safety conversations that we can have about making that stretch of highway a little bit more safe. So we will continue to keep that on our radar with Valley Services. We've already brought that up as a consideration. And I'm quite excited about that because I think it's time to at least have that conversation before more lives are lost type of thing. So that's it. I will save the rest for Arnie.
Thank you. And I'm so sorry. I went right by you. Director Graham.
Okay, I'm gonna have to talk fast and I need 15 extra seconds.
Granted, it's fine.
October was, it's just been really super busy. So Right now, there was three no longer occupied squatters camps in Area E on Crown land with no help. So we got one cleaned up on Balfour Face through discretionary grants, worked on the other two. Met with the owner of the Balfour Beach Inn. He's our private affordable housing facility to discuss the issues that come up around the neighborhood. Met with Andy and Nelson White to talk about some OCP harmonization. And I just want to give a shout out here to Janet Chapman, who stepped in and ran our Rec 10 meeting when Joe and Trisha were both away. She did great. I met with the owners of the Queens Bay Resort. They've got 50 affordable building lots in Balfour at the golf course, but they can't sell them because their conventional mortgaging doesn't work. So I referred them over to Leslie Payne at the Nelson Housing Committee. She's going to help work with them. I attended the Emergency Preparedness Committee meeting at School District 8 office, the only elected official there. And the RDCK should look at their virtual setup, the way they do their meetings, super cool. Went to the Balfour Hair Up Services Open Hall in the Proctor Fire Hall, saw a rope line demonstration, met with Pat Hergott to discuss a potential boat house for their rescue boat. Went to the YRB stakeholders meeting. Tom and I were at an Area E Societies meeting in Balfour, and we had Columbia Basin Trust there. Attended the Nelson and Child Care Committee meeting. Both of my groups that are getting daycare were there. And in case you don't know, we're having a strike on the ferry, so that's causing us all kinds of trouble. There was 2 rallies. I went to both. And met with the road manager and the BDBHA to discuss the green space at the ferry landing, which the residents are really unhappy with. Went to 2 of the 3 Nelson campus engagement public meetings, one in TAG and one on the Prestige. They were packed to capacity regarding the rec campus study that's being done right now. Went to the ladies' tea at the Balfour Hall for their annual thing and the Remembrance Day service. I laid a wreath at the Proctor Cenotaph, and I'm on issue 101 on the news.
What did you say your issue?
101.
Okay. That was a lot. I stopped my timer, but I think we did it right in time. I don't like to rush you guys. It's a generalization, just so we don't go off. And we have time. Tom Newell.
Thank you. The ability to use Community Works grant funding for fire halls, again, this month proved to be invaluable as the Beasley Fire Hall parking area was repaved at a cost of $80,000 as part of their ongoing upgrade. And so much of the upgrade came from Community Works funds. Fantastic. It was a turning point in a lot of ways. Speaking of the public meetings, I'll just add one, I don't know if it's an observation, insight, point of view, but a person got up in Nelson. I attended 2 of the 3, wasn't able to attend the one at the old, at the Sentier. Person gets up and talks about volunteers. I think it was Bill McDonnell, but I'm not sure. Many of us know Bill, ardent community activist. When we, as a local government, provide something like a resource, hall, an arena, we think of it as we're providing a service for our people, which it is. Bill pointed out, or at least I extrapolated, that we are also providing an opportunity for someone to volunteer, the coach or whatever. So we are actually providing a volunteer opportunity, which is actually providing and I'm sure most of you have already thought this, but for me, it was kind of a new twist on it. Community building through volunteerism, through providing things to the community for them to be able to do and be able to volunteer. You can't volunteer. There's nothing there to volunteer for. There's just no way. So anyway, another use of, or another way of framing taxation as community building. I'll leave it at that. It's always fun doing this job.
Thanks, Director Newell. Director Cunningham.
Oh, thank you, yeah. That's interesting, and I certainly agree. I just mentioned a couple of things, because you mentioned fire departments. The Weimar Fire Department now has about 24 volunteers, which is about the highest that we've kept as a steady number. About 70% are women, which is good, and they have taken the business and have actively, the training is there and they're doing it. And thanks very much to the training programs that we are now providing, to the extra money that we've been given, and they're certainly well on their way to becoming level 2 firefighters. So I'm really pleased to say that, and on top of that, we're having a Christmas party 7th, and I'm invited, like all to be there. Because I don't know who's going to cook. Okay, and seriously, and also, of course, I think, as was mentioned, we have a new Columbia Basin Trust representative for our area, Aaron, and he's a good man, and he spent 3 hours going over all the amenities in Weimar and talking about improvements that we could do and ways in which we could access them, and also talking about the kinds of things that the trust can't directly give money to government organizations, as you know, but he talked about how we can form a Friends of the Library or a Friends of the Swimming Pool, a society to raise money, and they could ask for money from the trust, which we could match. So basically a way of making sure that some things that don't get done in other ordinary ways because of lack of funds can happen. That's it.
Thank you. Director Papa.
Yes, I had a meeting with the Spokane Valley Housing Society Chair about affordable housing in Area H. And in particular, what came to light was the Winwell Hall property, which is 6 acres, not an ALR. And they were very interested in basically providing affordable housing on that property, providing regional district can get ownership and turn it over for them for management. So that was quite successful. And the regional connectivity meeting, Director Jackman has a written report on it. But the problem there being is, we are asked to support the Ministry of Citizens Affairs, the provincial ministry, where they put in an application where the telecom companies provide a big hexagon saying this is where they provide service. But when you start dissecting it, especially a small village like Silverton, they don't provide all of it. So the request is to have a smaller hexagon where we can take a look at it, where they have service or not. So the contact information is in Director Jackman's written report, where you can go in there and support that application if you so choose. I've also attended a couple of community organization meetings in Spokane and in Silverton about residents' feedback on their experience during the wildfire that happened in Spokane Valley. And it was quite interesting, and there was quite, it was very emotional. I also attended the Selkirk College Regional Advisory Committee meeting in October here. And it was actually by accident, but I was asked to attend in somebody else's place, so I did. And it was quite interesting. And as a result of that, I don't know if it's a result of that, but Selkirk College did organize with Community Futures an event in Appledale to get feedback on economic impact of businesses in the Spokane Valley as a result of the wildfires. And they are going to be producing a report, and I'm kind of looking forward to that report.
Good work. Wonder how many of us accidentally go to meetings. I think that's called grocery shopping. Okay, sorry. Next is Director Handcraft.
You were reading my mind.
Oh God, this is.
I don't know what's going on. I feel like I've been so busy, but I can't pinpoint what I've been doing. Except the reimagining work is taking up a lot of time, and grocery shopping takes forever these days. It's like posted office hours on the store door. So, and people have asked for private coffee meetings with me about it too, but it really, it's been a grind, I'm gonna say, and the thought of going to referendum, given what happened on garbage and organics, is really kind of chewing away at me a bit. Other than that, it's just been the usual thing, the usual work. But on the live long and prospering, I share something personal. My dad turned 90 in September. He phoned me the other day to tell me he wants, this is so far, he wants a 10-year extension on his passport. So that he can attend his sister's 100th birthday in 5 years.
Wow.
So, optimism or what? Right?
Yeah.
So I just thought it was too funny not to share with you guys. Anyway, that's my report.
Thank you, Director Hanegraaff. That's pretty sweet.
Free if you're up to 90.
Director Weatherhead.
Well, it is hard to pinpoint when there's so much going on. We got through the ferry strike. I found it quite interesting that with the allowance of school children to pass, we have, 3 inland ferries, right? So the allowance of school children to be shipped on the school bus meant some people having to get on that bus, just teachers, because teachers weren't allowed to go across the ferry, go figure. So then we discovered this did not apply to college and university students. How the heck are they going to get back to their colleges and universities? It was a mess. It was just an utter mess. And it really showed us, how much we rely on our ferries, and we just rely on them for everyday stuff. Like it's just ridiculous. So anyways, then simultaneously I'm dealing with the CBC radio shut down due to the society unable to, their 3-kilometer power line up to this Goat Mountain severed. It was laid 33 years ago by volunteers for CBC radio and television. Folded, and then it's taken over by a small ISP society. So I've been yelled at. No CBC radio. And anyway, so just dealing with that on an ongoing basis. Things are not yet resolved. Edgewood luckily met their criteria now for their subdivision if they're donated 3 acres of land. So that's really excited to get to the end of that long drawn out process. Arrow Park, we're going to be applying to MOTI for some community tenure on their land. So really hopeful there. It's been a really positive response. And I think I would just like to end with my unsung heroes, the Burton Community Association. These are all really relatively new members to our community, but also members to the actual community association, like almost like an entirely new board in the last 2 years. And they're movers and shakers, and I don't know how they're not all burnt out, because these are people with full-time jobs, families, the whole 9 yards. So anyways, they have been very successful in trying to, they got an accessibility grant for their hall. And in that, they decided, well, we've got all these users of the hall, okay? Anyways, so they had a beautiful public engagement. And it was just so top notch. I can't believe it was the $2.1 million project. So they have gotten a lot of grant monies coming in. So anyways, that's it.
Thank you, Director Weatherhead. Director McFadden.
Great. Again, so much going on. It's so hard to figure out what fits into what you guys may want to know about my world. So a few things I'll just touch on. We have won 2 awards, 1 national award for sustainability landscape design at Millennium Park, which was good to be recognized for that, for looking through how we can create urban parks that have sustainability focus around them. The second was not to take your thunder over in Creston, but the William Templeton Public Aviation Facility Award for a lot of things, for our LED project, apron rehabilitation project and expansion, the KERPA partnership with KERPA over there, our planning, our Southeast Fire Center being moved there, our vehicle fleet renewal, work on our RMP, which hopefully we'll get through once Transport Canada decides they want to do something. And there's Disruption Shuttle, which those of you who may not know is that you have pretty much guaranteed getting to your destination in a day. If you are flying out of Cascar now, there is a Disruption Shuttle, which means if the flight gets canceled, they will bus you to Kelowna, you get a flight to Vancouver and vice versa. So you will get to Vancouver and home from Vancouver if you're booking out of Castlegar. No charge. Air Canada's been a great partner with that. Really to bridge the gap between now when we get our RFP, knowing that that's coming to start building that market in the airport. And I will, airport, just to recognize for the whole region that we have put a lot of money and effort into that for the region, not necessarily and it's city money. And I know we talk a lot about here about who's doing what. And so I put that out there to say, we recognize it's regionally needed, but the easiest thing is for us to put money in to do what needs to be done. So, and last thing would be, we have our Winter Wonderland, just on December 7th, 11 to 4. There's a whole bunch of free stuff they're giving away and crafts for kids and whole big thing in Castlegar. So if anyone's around and wanting to come on out, got some great partners and it would be a great event.
Thank you, Director. Director DeBoon.
So the three directors and myself that are part of the Crescent Valley Services Committee, I think we're starting to lay awake at night to think of agenda items because it's getting sometimes quite creative. And I think we might have to add one on how to deal with all the stuff Councilor is doing. It's becoming a challenge. And I think people are coming not so much to see what we're doing, but for entertainment. So it's a good committee and we do address a lot of things that maybe in the past we didn't. And I think it's the input from the directors on our agenda and what we're doing is working for us in our community. So I'm happy about that. I think the big thing that takes up my time, and it really takes up a lot of time, is the potential establishment of a homeless shelter, and what that means for our community. And it is a huge amount of work. We're just completing a public engagement process tomorrow, and we're quite interested to see where that goes. At minimum, we will be establishing, of course, the emergency extreme weather shelter, which we're kind of required to do. But it's the trepidation of what we do over and above that in a community our size with a relatively small homeless population that is something that we're really wrestling with. And so I'm not sure where it's going to go. We have people that really want it, other people that don't. And so, I got a minimum, we'll keep people warm and safe, but what we do past that is really a bit of a community-based approach. The big thing that we're talking about is the formation of a situation table to deal with situations and come up with alternate solutions. And we're just, we're starting the investigative stage of that. We'll be looking for training, which is about a 3-month process and a $30,000 kit to do the training for a situation table. But it does benefit the community. And then, of course, our housing corporation approach is another thing that will help deal with some of this. But the bottom line is still, and as we saw at UBCF, do we want a full-time operating homeless shelter or don't we? And it's a difficult question to answer. And I think every community wrestles with what they're doing and how they're doing it. We certainly saw that at UBCF.
Thank you, Director DeBoon. Director Hewitt.
Thank you. Director Watson covered a couple of the things in her report. Thank you so much. And that was regarding our first budget meeting at North Kootenay Lake Services Committee and the Remembrance Day Parade that we both attended. It was, the rain backed off a little bit, so we didn't get too wet when we were marching. And I do want to thank my wonderful partner on that committee. We work very well together. And we had at our council meeting on Tuesday night, we had a delegation from our new fire chief, our paid fire chief, Eric Graham, and he did a very wonderful report on the volunteer fire department. Gave us stats, so very pleased to have him on board. He's been a great asset. So coming up next week is my virtual week for FCM. So we'll have virtual meetings for that week. Following week, I'll be in CT meetings at the end of the week in Creston. So we'll see Creston directors there, I'm sure, at their meeting. And then the following week, the first week in December, we will be in person in Ottawa for advocacy days. And I don't know whether, Director Watson, you've heard this, but the library got a $300,000 donation since, in the last 2 weeks, so super good news. And that was towards their new library project. And, last thing is my Don Morgan story. You had also, mentioned it, you being there, but he had attended Castle and went to visit the Moyer. This is prior to their 125th. They were trying to raise funds to get the renovations completed. They needed to get things sealed up. And so he was there and was having a lovely visit. He actually got the hook by his staff because he was spending too long on the Moyer. They said, you know, they kept saying, John, we gotta go, we gotta go. They finally had to drag him away because he just so loved the Moyer. It took any opportunity he could to visit. So it was nice to have him as a supporter, and they got the renovations complete for their 125th celebrations.
Thank you, Director. Vice Chair McLaren Co.
Okay, thank you, Chair. I've got a bunch to get through. Since my last verbal report, it's been a total whirlwind. We put together a massive grant application for to the Reddit program for a community hub in the cusp. So we will find out in a few months if that goes ahead. With my day job, I attended the BC Economic Development Association. There's a course in Nanaimo, and the reason I bring that up is because there was a panel there of experienced economic developers, and they were kind of bemoaning the fact that there are all kinds of things now that they would never have touched 10 or 15 or 20 years ago, such as housing, childcare, mental health, crime, etc. And I thought there was a really interesting synergy because it's more downloading to other organizations like we see in local government. So at some point they're going to formulate some way to, between the two of us, to squeeze more money out of the province. At AKBLG, lots of work going on with the convention committee for next year, and I'm chairing the advocacy committee. So once we have our new ministers this weekend, we will be setting up some meetings with them. The CUSP hosted the Food and Basin Buyers Expo a few weeks ago now, which was a fantastic event, mushroom themed because of where we are. And it was great to see everybody in the CUSP. I love showing off our community when people make it up there. Thanks to Director Popoff for going to the Selkirk meeting. That was a bit of a mix-up, but I'm glad he could attend on my behalf. Just the other day or last week, we had our Nakasp Cafe, which is where councillors and staff could or are open to the public, so people can come and talk to us, which was a great way to answer questions about the village and the regional district. And I'm going to make it under 2 minutes. I'm sympathetic to the ferry disruption because, like Director Weatherhead said, it was absolutely atrocious. And I'm not picking a side on the dispute, but it really highlighted the vulnerabilities that we have on these ferry served communities because it's just absolutely crippling. So I hope for the Kootenay Bayside it is resolved quickly. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Lockwood.
Thank you. Yeah, there's always lots going on. Our fire department has a year-end, they used to call it an AGM, but we've got it figured out that it's not their AGM. It's just their general, they have a year-end, just downloading everything they've done for the whole year-end. And they had some requests. Everybody has a pet project, and they have a pet project that it's quite interesting because we all have volunteer fire departments at some extent, either in our communities or around our communities, and how people don't look at everything that we all have to be responsible for, infrastructure and all of that kind of stuff, and how upset people get when you can't commit to do their pet project. So been dealing with that a lot. They're gonna probably get a shock here. And my co-partner is probably gonna get a shock when we finally present the bill and say, okay, if this is what you want, this is what it's gonna cost. Sorry. I every year do a local challenge for purchasing for whether start now and start in our community, I challenge everybody to buy locally instead of, because people will say, oh, well, I started buying online and stuff like that. And if we really want to promote our communities, it's amazing, at CBP, what I do at the board is that my little pet project there is I challenge, we have, where everybody has to go in their community and buy something, and then we do an exchange at the board. And at first, everyone's like, no, we don't know what would happen. It's amazing what you learn about your community. So I challenge all of you is to go out and buy 3 gifts this Christmas that are local, that are, and when I say local, they're made in your community. Not something that is just sold in your community, it's actually made in your community. And yeah, I don't know if you're coming to the other firemen's dinner, but yeah, on the 19th, that's all.
Thank you, Director Lockwood. Yeah. Director May.
Thank you, Chair. Like everyone else, I'm busy, so busy that I can't catch up with myself, but I'll try to pick a few highlights. I did attend the Economic Resilience Planning meeting through Suffolk College Rural Development Institute. It included emergency planning, business continuity, the CIPCO Resiliency Center down in Winlaw that provided a lot of services to the community during the fires and evacuation. They provided free internet, clean air, and a gathering place for the community that really went a long way towards relieving people's strain and stress. They also provided some telecommunications services. We talked about what can be done to develop business resilience in the face of ongoing threat of disasters. That business continuity is something that every business has to plan for, including home-based businesses that we're going to have to reach out to a little bit more to gather them in to take advantage of some of the resources. As with Director Hewitt, I have FCM committee meetings November 18 through 21, and we'll be in Ottawa for advocacy days December 2 through 5. It's an annual assault on the Hill to talk with MPs, ministers, and some staff and senators about what local governments throughout Canada need in terms of policies, programming, and protocols. Village of Silverton just is in the final stages of a flood hazard mapping project that we partnered with the Village of New Denver to hire a consultant that is who is delivering a flood hazard mapping report to us, including topography, LiDAR, geomorphology, lake and wave studies, two-dimensional hydraulic modeling, flood mapping, flood construction maps, et cetera, et cetera. They did identify a potential vulnerability shortly upstream from the village of Silverton. And the interesting piece of that is that we recently had a dike inspection done with a full report, and we are required to do a whole bunch of work on our dikes. And the diking contractors also identified that vulnerability and want us to do work on it, but it's outside of the village. So we have questions around authority and jurisdiction and getting permitting for doing works outside of our jurisdiction. I don't want to not protect Village of Silverton, but MOTI has abdicated their responsibility to that road, and so we're going to have a bit of a struggle around who does what. Thank you. Thanks for your signals.
Yeah, sorry. Director Lund.
Thank you, Chair. I'm thinking of a John Horgan story that I'd like to share. Just thinking of him as being larger of life, and he has such an ability to create connection to small communities. And I remember at UBCM, connected with him and he's like, Slocan. Oh, the Slocan Valley, love it there, love it there. I guess he was there to visit Courtney Evans, our provincial rep, and he said, I don't know how it happened, but I found myself hanging from the Applevale Bridge. Looking at Courtney going, what am I doing? And so you love it, love the lake, love the river, love the space. So I really appreciated that, like his ability to make connection to place and community. In terms of Slocan, like everywhere, there's a lot going on. We on Monday approved the development permit application for 10 units of affordable housing. So that I know the construction management contractor has been hired, so that project should be breaking ground in the spring. So that's super exciting. We have a couple of RFPs out. I think closing is today, and it's surrounding our mill site. So for those of you who don't know, we used to have a mill, used to employ 179 folks from the region. It went down. The land was in private ownership for a long time. The municipality purchased it in 2021, and so now we're thinking of next steps. So this spring we'll be doing some branding of our process and project and some community engagement focused around learning about success stories from other areas, learning about remediation of contaminated sites, discussing topics such as place-based economic development. So super excited to get that moving forward and engaging with the community. I think, the economic development partnership work, that economic resilience meeting was fantastic. But just wanted to share out, we're at 2, that some of the great work that has happened out of our economic development partnership to support the Slocan Valley as we moved out of response into recovery. So there was, I'll leave it at that. We tend to be lots of dollars come to us in response, but recovery can be challenging. And so I think we're flagging that as the important piece. That's it.
Thank you, Director Lund. Okay, I'm last and I definitely need that 2-minute thingy on. So thank you, Director Hewitt, for reading my report, which was on the addenda in like 6 pages. I'm so sorry. I've been working on that one a while. So I'm only gonna reference what's not included in my director's report. Nonprofit stress. I have quite a few nonprofits approaching me for 2 different reasons. One is volunteer burnout. I think they're past the opportunity at this point, although I think it's a really good point. There are so many people we rely on to fulfill volunteer roles that with the cost of living, that is now becoming not so lovely for them to do. It's becoming not optional for them to do. The other constraint they're facing is that CBT has changed a bunch of their funding criteria. And so I'm hearing more and more from like museums. In fact, one of the museums wants us to revisit the idea of a museum service in Area D in Caslow, FYI, sorry. So a lot of nonprofit stress coming forward. Ministry of Transportation, yes, I definitely got some great traction. It seems to be, it depends on who's in the role when. But previously we had a lot of congestion in one of our areas, and Modi can get the RCMP to fine someone up to $2,000 if they're blocking a right of way. So there was one person in Modi who was able to do that. Then we lost traction. Now we have someone who's looking back and back. So I kind of have these repeat offenders that get away and then come back, get away and come back. So we're back on track with that one. They're working with our bylaw department as well because we have unsightly lease. So that's been helpful thanks to our bylaw department. One of the things that came out of the Modi conversation, which was not right away, but I'm looking to you because I haven't told you about this yet, is there is one road that becomes a trail, and there's been some, you know about it, some serious impact to people accessing that due to private property that says it's not public. All that to say, I met with our rec sites and trails and some local trail folks, and we're going to look at doing, not through RDCK, but I will fund them to do a rec master plan specifically around trails, so that the dirt bikers can be in the conversation. Those that are using bicycles, those are using horses. So I met with Justin Dexter. They were very keen to see some kind of work on that front. So that was great. Remembrance Day was always great. It's always a good time to walk down the street with you and have some side chats. And remember, Castle Housing, I also met with them recently, actually virtually. I didn't quite have a meeting with them. Their AGM is next week. And I found it interesting because the question of how can we support affordable housing in rural areas, I've always been stumped by. I'm focused predominantly on planning. I need planning as a baseline, and then I can look at servicing. And without those two things, affordable housing grants are actually not available without servicing. So that was kind of my response, and looking at how can I support the village of Castle to continue doing their work. And that was just my focus. So I thought I'd share that because we talked about housing. And I did not make it to the basin thingy because I was taking a chainsaw course.
Oh, cool.
And I have a new respect for people who run chainsaws. Those are very difficult. Okay, let's take our afternoon break. But let's make it 8 minutes max because we still have in camera. Okay? First, right? It's mostly for when I'm on trails and like I was camping at a houser and I got blocked by a tree. There was a crazy windstorm and I couldn't get out. And luckily it was a birch. So when I walked up and realized it was a birch, I could get out. Thank you, Director Davidoff. We're just gonna check in. Director Lochtenberg, are you there?
Yep, thanks.
Thank you, Director Davidoff. Let's see if Director Lochtenberg's there. Well, I'll go ahead and, thanks, Rick. I see you now. Awesome. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and start. We are now going to take a motion to close the meeting to the public.
Sure.
Thank you. Thank you. Discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. So Valley Voice, Observer, thank you. Connie, that's Connie, our Connie, right?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Valley Voice and Observer, if you can please disconnect. Recess of open meeting motion, please. Thank you. Thank you. Discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Can you remove the Valley Voice and Observer, please, Anne? Yeah. Thank you. So Director Lochtenberg, just so I think you're good, but just so you know, when we go in camera, we do ask you, I think you've had your camera on the whole time, really appreciate that.